Righto then. No cheese. Yeah, it's not a cause for celebration then, is it? You can't have Christmas and New Year without your cheese. Unless, of course, you're lactose intolerant. Can you get lactose-free cheese? I get the feeling you probably can. Righto then. Time to get on with it. It is a bright and beautiful day for the Father. The dawn of the eve. Most important time of our year. Still though, wouldn't do not to miss our morning dedications. Wouldn't do to be seen lacking on this day of all days, but I must be about. Seeing what people are going to be taking for the sacrifice. An important time for people to get together at this time of year. Well, it seems like the weeds and trees are growing at least. Another bright and beautiful morning. Not running badly neither. The mill keeps sawing the same as usual. That's not broken down at least. Nah, it's a beautiful day. And a clear as sign as any. Good things are ahead of us. Looks like construction's coming along well. Always good to see the place growing. There's a spot. There is our spot indeed. Beautiful clear water. It's what the New World's all about, this. Now, what the devil is that? What on earth? What? In the middle of me morning dedications. What have we got here? Well, I'll be damned. Never seen anything the like in my life. But how strange.
DM on station.
Hello, what the hell is this I'm looking at here? I'm just coming along for my morning dedications and there's some sort of grisly portent on the bloody planks over here.
You've seen this room before.
Oh, indeed.
Several days ago, the entire town, a lot of the doors had this painted on them.
Ah, right.
Including the tavern.
Wasn't here for that one.
Now
That's
it seems
why.
to have gone beyond the doors. All right.
Sure. Well, thank you for that clarification. That makes all the difference in the world. And I notice there's an odd amount of sort of, disturbance in the water over there. I don't know if I'm seeing that or not.
Well, to finish up the sigil on the floor...
Oh, sorry.
You can tell that it seems to be made of some very opaque red liquid. You can't tell yet as if by paint or by blood, but you suspect, knowing yourself as a member of the clergy, that this was most likely blood.
Right.
And out in the water, A fish jumps out of the disturbance and lands with a splash.
Well, there's that at least. Well, thank you very much. Well, this is an odd thing at all. You're still here, sorry. Did we get to any sort of, like, general
Yes.
church consensus on what these things were, just because I wasn't here for that session? Or...
Some sort of heathenous runes that have been painted all over the...
Witchcraft, I see. Very good, very good, very good. Very bad, indeed. There we go. We'll go with that. Well, better tell the father about this. Thank you very much.
Stand by. Right.
Well, I never. Interrupting me bloody morning. Interrupting me bloody morning dedications with their own heathenish practices. That's a very slight against me, that is. Every morning I'm out here. Wonder if those fish are drawn close by the blood. I'll ask the fisherman. See what sort See what sort's about. I'll have to be looking around to see if there's anything else here. On the day of the eve as well. The absolute bloody nerve. Blessings of the Father to you both. Just word to the wise, keep an eye out. I've just been out for my morning dedications out there on the bridge, and there's another one of those heathen signs on the day of the eve of all things. One of those runs with paint or blood or whatever it is. Oh yeah, the sort of, I suppose, the Y shape with a line down the middle, right at the end of the dock. I'll be telling the father about this forth with...
Sorry.
Oh, he's all right.
Thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you for letting me know.
Queasy around the side. She's a bit queasy around the side of
Queasy around the site of heathen worship. Very wise indeed. Very wise indeed. Righto, well, I'll see you around, and do let us know if you see any others. Seems they've been up to their godless, heathenish behaviours again. Oh well, blessings of the Father upon ye. They do seem rather close, those two. Always good to see good friends. Then again, she was grabbing him rather tight. Good morning to you there. Blessings of the Father upon thee. I don't suppose you've seen the Father about this day, have you?
No, I've only just gotten up.
Well, I've just been up to the docks to do my morning dedications out on the jetty out there, and there's one of those heathen symbols I've been painting on the wood down there in blood or whatever strange berry concoction of paint it is. Those people on the day of the eve of all things. I never. Blessings of the Father to you. Good morning. Oh, he's off in a hurry. Oh, I don't suppose you've seen a fisherman about, have you?
No, I don't think I've seen them.
Same story. Well, not at all. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. Why can't I speak today? Clearly I've not been doing it for a bit. A platonic friendship, you say? Yeah, I'm sure that's it. I think I'll be asking them some very pertinent questions about the, I think with the winter coming, it's about time they started talking about getting a husband. Ooh, what's up?
For the sake of functionality, you will notice that the well at the front of town, if you go by it, seems to be having a dry spell. A few bits at the bottom for a bucket or two, but past that, it will be unusable for this session.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Probably just a bug. I don't think we're supposed to read into that. That water everywhere else. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the heathen sign. The side of the devil's scissors. Well, I'll be spying about to see if I see any more of that. Make sure there's nothing on our church. Do. Oh, well, it's looking marvellous in here. Marvellous and ready for the Eve Festival. Very exciting indeed. The good book in its place. Everything prim and proper for the Father. That's delightful. That's delightful, that is. All well and good. Ah, blessings of the Father upon ye. Can I help you this morning, this most blessed of days, fine sir?
No, it's personal tradition.
Personal tradition?
Stop by the church stop on the church at the morning of the eve.
That's a very
And then go
fine
to the
tradition
river and wash
indeed.
my face.
Ah, well, if you do go to the river, sorry for interjecting you there, I noticed more of those heathen symbols on the jetty. Mind you keep clear. I was actually looking for the Father or Brother Andrew to see if they'd make heads or tails of it. Same things we saw on our doors a couple of days hence.
And you saw that where?
On the jetty, right out there on the lake.
Interesting. If you see Father Stephen, tell him that I'm looking for him as well. Cedric is looking for him.
Of course, I'll relay that forthwith. Blessings of the Father upon you. Can't wait to see you at the festival this evening.
I will be there.
Right as rain, right as rain. Ah. Brother Andrew, blessings of the Father on this most blessed day indeed. I dare say I come with a little bit
And
of...
to you as well.
Come with a bit of ill tidings, brother. We have another one of those heathen symbols out there on the jetty. Right outside of the water. Fresh blood, it looks like. Or, well, whatever concoction of berries or whatever they use. Same things we seen on our doors a couple of days hence.
The Y symbol.
Aye, that's the one.
Interesting.
Did we ever get any closer to
One of
finding out the
the-
culprit?
No. However, one of the outsiders has told me something has happened again, and he will need to speak with me, so maybe I will be able to get to the bottom of it.
Something has happened again. What sort of something just leads people to randomly vandalize bits of dockyard?
I do not know. The only thing he said is, it happened again, and that narrows down the list so vaguely that I do not actually know of which he speaks.
Well, whatever it is, painting their heathen blasphemies all over our town on the eve of all days. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I don't suppose you've heard the Father about on your travels.
I have not, actually. I was going to take a walk out by the lake and see if he was out there myself.
Well-
He might still be in the clinic.
That he might. I'll go and see if I can find him. I just came from the lake myself, as I say. No sense letting the heathens get us down. Try to distract us from our good work on this day. Blessings of the Father upon thee. Looking very much forward to the festival later on. Blessings of the Father upon you all. Good morning it is indeed. And what a clear day.
If you'll excuse me.
I don't suppose you've seen the Father Stephen on your travels.
I speak of the man.
Speak of the well, you better watch your sayings there. Thank you very kindly.
That's why I say speak of the man.
Good father, good day to see. If I might bend your ear for a second. There's
Surely.
more of those heathen symbols. I was out towards the little jetty on the lake to do my morning's dedications, and it's much splattered across the planks. On this day, the day of the eve, do they have no nerve at all?
Gosh, none whatsoever. Is it true? All of those blasted markings.
I'm the only one who's seen it. I came straight to find you, see if you'd heard of anything else about the place.
I know I'd only just crawled my way out of bed. Do you have any idea who's causing these?
Not at all.
Pure speculation, of course.
Just asking Brother Andrew, and he says he's got some sort of lead or something. Apparently one of the, the natives saying, "It happened again," whatever that means. But I'm sure the man could tell you better himself.
True. That is pretty much all I know, is that he said he will need to speak with me again, and that whatever it is has happened again.
Who is it I said they needed to speak to?
The outsider, the one, I believe he goes by the name of Red?
Is that shady hooded figure?
Indeed. They
The male.
live out at the camp. Well, yes, both of them are shady and hooded.
Please do let me know what you find out about this. I was hopeful that these heathens would be welcome here in the eyes of if they were to turn towards him, of course, but I fear they may be at the center of all this.
Certainly, I fear the same.
Good day to you, Miss Valentine.
Day to you as well, Father.
At the very
A
least,
blessed day, Miss Valentine.
it takes no effort at all not to vandalize people's towns on a day of importance such as this.
That it is, and I should surely hope that the town has remembered the importance of the eve.
Certainly, I'm about to go out and spread the word myself.
I do not believe I have heard of anyone being harassed or attacked last night, but he said it happened again, so perhaps the father is enacting retribution against them.
It depends on if it happened has anything to do with these damn symbols that have been appearing up around town.
The only thing I know is that they're from a very old language. I don't know the meaning of it because we don't have records of the language anymore. It's been antiquated. But if I would have to harbor a guess, I would imagine it's one of them out in the camp doing it.
Well, if I dare say, if they want to remain friends with us, then, they could do well with speaking in less riddles. What is it? Speak plainly. We've all got nothing to hide here.
Brother Stephen here.
There are things that can't be described with words. Things you can only call an it.
The way he said it happened again made it sound like an event, not a thing. I will get down to the bottom of this.
I see that you do. You've always had a nose for this sort of thing.
Please do.
Either way.
Speaking of which, I hope you all have been preparing for the eve.
What the fuck is that?
Speaking of which...
I have a mind to go for a short walk.
Not the eve of a fight.
That you're right, that you're right. It is a day for the father and his followers. I hope you have somebody in mind for your, the giving.
Something of the sort.
Now, what business do they have over there?
I'm treating you, by the way. Seems the cat's been all right.
Just keeping an eye. Watch where you tread, heathen. The vagabonds are here. The ones who come spread their heathen practices and spread foul words through our town. No way around here.
I could expect him to be in this situation.
Basically, a round of wood. Trim off the bark as you normally would, and you start to turn it down. The first couple aren't looking quite right.
Blessings of the Father upon ye. Well, this is a right. I dare say, looking like a rightful gathering of heathens. What business do they all have out by the lake, anyway?
I'm unsure. I've seen many wander over towards the lake. Sometimes alone, sometimes in groups.
Well, I think I might go, say hello shortly. Just, walk around the side, I think. Blessings of the Father, of course.
Blessings,
And there they stand again, with a hand on her head, so to speak. Blessings of the Father on this most blessed day. Oh, careful as you go. This little lip here is not getting any more dastardly. I've seen a couple of people trip over here, hence. Well,
Hi. Sorry, I was in my own little headspace there.
that's quite all right. It's quite all right. It is a time for reflection as much as it is celebration, of course. Well, I won't interrupt you any further. Just, you looked a little bit away with the fairies, and I didn't want you to be tripping over when you're carrying a bucket such as that. There we go. Well, I'll not interrupt you any further.
It's empty, so... Thank you, though.
Just as well. Blessings of the Father again, both. I hope you both got someone you're hoping to give a present here at this fine eve, a day of celebration as it is. You know, I've been thinking about it a little bit of time. It's about time that you found yourself a husband. I've seen a couple of the boys looking at you. I'm sure that you're not immune to their stares as well, and I have to say I'm quite surprised to see a lady so fair still walking around in, well, without company, as it were.
No, that's true.
Well, it's a winter
that's
approaching.
Not entirely true. I do have some. There are some people that are special to me. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. You're getting advanced in years, and before you know it, your youth will be all gone. Best find yourself a husband to keep you warm for the winter. Either way, blessings of the Father upon you both.
You as well.
I have it on recording that the DMs have told me that we are very Catholic when it comes to lesbianism. So, yeah, we're doing that. Oh my god, the rifles annoy me so much.
Anyway, best stay the true course. See what these heathens are up to. What on earth is this now?
You waste more time down that mine than I could ever dare say. When I came down there with you on the repairing thing, we left at day and came up at night. Oh yeah, I would agree with you on that one. Morning.
Good morning to you. I happened to see a couple of the hooded fellas come by this way. I don't suppose you saw where they went.
You're talking about
I
the
see a
mace. 'Cause if
figure.
you're talking about them
Aye.
by the door.
Well, there we go. Returning to the scene of the crime, after all. Very interesting indeed. I don't suppose any of them have mentioned anything about...
They were the ones.
Well, that seems to be the general consensus. Brother Andrew says that the symbol has some sort of meaning in their old tongue. It's important to them, and I don't see any of our fine folk committing such acts of heresy, with blood no less, on the day of the Father. So, well, I dare say they're suspects number one. And here they are, once again, coming right through the middle of town, not talking to anyone, heading straight to it. Well, you can't blame a man for finding it a mite suspicious.
No, your theory sounds, well, sound. I can't really argue with you on that one.
I think I'm going to go ask a few questions. Blessings of the Father upon you both. Hope you're all going to be there for the festival this evening. Make sure you got something good to give up in offering. It's an important day for all.
Sounds alright to me. Thank you.
Well, that's certainly a curious work of art you got beneath your feet there.
This thing.
Yeah, that was what I was more or less talking about.
It is not art. And it is not mine.
Yeah, but
Here when we arrived.
I dare say you know something about it. Brother Andrew tells me it means something in one of your old tongues. Is that true?
Your people are wiser than I thought. You're correct.
Well, I don't suppose you dare elucidate us. It's an important day for us, you see. Big one within the Church of the Father. It's the day that the Son was offered and we were all delivered. An important one for us. So seeing, well, bits etched in blood at the end of our piers, it's got us a little bit, a little bit shaky. Anything you could tell us would be,
the holiday that you stole from my people.
Well,
When you speak of.
I mean the day of worship, which is echoed true in many religions, though some people have got it a little bit wrong. But I'm not here to debate that, more wondering why it is that we keep finding these symbols across our town. There's no need to be hostile.
Ask whoever is painting them. And where all this blood is coming from.
That's certainly puts fresh in my mind as well. Well, I made the offer. If you do learn anything, then do let us know. You see, people, awful terrible. It's often the way it goes that when, well, one of your lot starts vandalizing bits and pieces, it's not long before all of you are tarred with the same brush, so to speak. So, the sooner we're all transparent with each other. Sound accusatory.
Tell me right now.
I'm
why
so...
I should not push you in the lake.
Well, you could if you wished. That would certainly be a decision you could make. I wouldn't stop you. I dare say I'd be cold for a good long time.
Ask this question. That they say, go ahead, as if inviting it.
Inviting you, pushing me in the water. I'm simply saying that if you were to push a priest off a pier, then it's not going to help anyone out, is it?
You are
not helping anybody with your accusations and my people. You people are the ones that come here and plague this land. You point fingers at me.
I have come here asking if you know anything about it and inviting you to work with me to see if we can find out who's doing it. I was rather hoping
I
to.
have no intent to help people like you.
Well, then maybe others who aren't like me. We are a community after all.
Sure. I'll let you think that.
Well, fair enough. Offering the olive branch is all I can do. You have a pleasant day, both, and I'm not sure what you do on this day. You mentioned it's a celebration yourself. I hope you find some peace with it, same as we sure are too in the light of our Father. Blessed be to you both.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. You see, I said I was going to throw you in the lake.
Very good.
And you said.
That is a decision you could make, yes.
I am tempted right now.
Well, I'll walk away then. All well and good.
Good idea.
Good Lord.
I will stay my hand for men that are less confrontational than the other ones that got me.
It's not my intent to be confrontational. Simply to find out the truth so I can put people's minds at rest.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over your father's cock in your mouth.
Heathens. Well, that's about as, I don't really know what I expected from heathens, but, I made my attempt. And hopefully the Father can look down and be proud that at least I did my piece. I was 90% convinced that she was going to stab me there. Like the way she kept getting close. And like obscuring one hand behind her back. I was convinced that she was going to stab me. That was a Stephen nearly died moment. Because I'm pretty certain out of character she's killed people before. Word of caution, heathens on the docks don't take well to conversation. One threatened to push me in the bloody water, drew up right close as she did. I'll never understand the like of them. Can you believe they have the nerve to say that we stole their festival from them, as if the word of the Father isn't the only true word? It's not our fault that they're working with some pale imitation.
Did they say anything about the symbol?
That they certainly did not. I said that we'd learned it was some sort of rune in their old language or something like that, and they came along and, well, they didn't want to talk with us about it. I said maybe you could help us, find out who the culprit is before we tar you all with the same brush and superstition. They wouldn't hear any of it. I dare say we'd be better suited seeing them out of town. They've clearly got no interest in being friends with us, that's for sure. Ah, well, warning's given. Oh, I hope you've got a certain someone in mind to to give something special to this afternoon?
I think I do. Just have to think of what to now.
Well, now's the time, now's the time. Always time to be brave and emboldened, as you walk with the Father. Well, blood for blood. I'm going to have to loosen this headset, because it is cutting off my fucking circulation terribly. She did seem like a very stabby woman, eh? Oh, I should go check the farm. I'm not sure how big the lobby is today with people on holiday and that. Let's just, how many have we got in here? Oh no, it's in... I think I can check the world and see who's inside here. Is it the world? Current world... 33, yeah, it's a good amount of people. Well, some of them are staff. It's less staff, so... yeah, it's enough to work with. A lot of people still on holiday, etc. I'm going to get stabbed. Looks like the rancher's not about. Probably rested in. Devout man, that one. I have to say, that whatever it is that they're using for this grass, I could see all of the edges of those JPEGs. And it's a little bit distracting. It's like there's a cobweb across all of them. I'm getting spiders on my skin. Ugh. Still though, guess I put myself on the heathens map. I do wonder what the whole, out of character, I just know there's white eyes, there's some sort of blood thing going on, like, just because of where we are, New World, sort of water nearby, all that sort of stuff, I'm given to thinking Lovecraft, but it could go any way, really. Certainly with the whole madness of things, it's straight out of the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm wondering if we'll see anything, horrible and tentacly. Ah, Jerome! Blessings of the Father upon you this day. I dare take it you've got your gifts in order and all that. A special someone in mind to give that special present.
Perhaps. To be quite honest, still in the process of trying to find a gift. But,
trying to find a gift?
I do have a person in mind.
You do have a person in mind? Ah, well, let's not be secretive. Who is it? Who is it?
Oh, it's just someone who's helped me out a lot.
Sure, somebody's helped you out a lot. Well, we've been talking about there's a lot of ladies about the place who are in need of a husband over the winter months to keep them warm. Certainly, there's the tailor and the larger lady. If that was all of interest to you, I'm not sure which way your favours go, Jerome. I'm not sure at all. But it's good to see people getting into the spirit of the season. Well and good. Tell me, I don't suppose you've seen any more of those symbols about the place, have you?
Only the one by the entrance.
There's one by the entrance as well?
Yes, it's been painted upon the rocks.
Well, there's one painted upon the jetty as well. And I just went and talked to a couple of those heathens about it, and they threatened to throw me in the water. I came to them, speaking as fair as I could, saying that, hey, perhaps we could work together, see if we could find who this culprit is. We're only interested in who's doing the vandalism and that. And of course, if we don't know which one of you it is, we're just going to suspect all of you. She damn near spat in my face. Came right up close. I thought she had a mind to shank me.
That's horrible, Father. Brother, sorry.
It's quite all right, not quite a father yet. But even so, just a word to the wise to steer clear. Frostiest people I've ever met, that's for sure. Now, there's one near the entrance. I might go take a peek. You have a good day now, and, well, I hope all the preparations are coming along nicely.
Thank you, Brother Stephen.
Blessings of the Father upon ye. Ah, there it is. Played as day. Well, no getting round it. There's devilry in that, that's for sure. Look at it. It's even got the look of a man splayed out, as if hanging from a tree. Have to keep eyes facing upwards with thoughts like that. Oh, if she knew what they meant, why wouldn't she tell us? Witchcraft. Witchcraft that I will not deny. Well, best get to it. Nobody else is going to wash these things off. I may as well. That's it. Fuck around with the warding symbol, Leo. Let's do that. Right. So that's the well that doesn't quite work. But I think that's, that's kind of intentional. That's a bug even. That's the sound I got from that. So we'll just quickly pick up this here bucket. There we go. And I'll go fill it up for the sake of the RP. Clean that right off, I will. It does look like a crow's foot. That's a good call. Do. That's all. Go ahead to the water, I reckon.
From a mile away. That's how far I can.
It's quite the set to hear it. Blessings of the Father on you all. On this fine day, I hope you got a gift in mind for someone special. There we all go. Do.
I can neither accept nor see deem possible, but I saw them all the same.
Very curious indeed. Oh! Sorry there, thought I'd catch you before you went down the mine. I hope you're all ready for the celebrations this evening. Got an offering in mind, have you?
Right. Just long night in the mines.
Long night in the mines. Well, long nights and all. Today's a day of celebration. We'd be sad not to have you there. Make sure you got something lined up. I'm sure you got a certain special something in mind. Oh, but good Lord. You're right there, son. What on earth's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm lightheaded.
Well, I could see that. Perhaps we best get you at the tavern sitting down, eh?
Maybe I just need a little drink of
Do you need a hand to walk or anything like that?
Whatever it be.
Get some food in you. There's a night of celebration ahead of us. Make sure you're nice and stocked up. Now, are you alright to walk in there by yourself? You okay to get to the counter now, you think?
I think I can get to a seat.
Well, I'm glad. Look after yourself. We'd be sorry not to have you at the celebration this evening, so you get yourself well.
I don't know what to say.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Good doctor. I don't suppose you ever had a mind to look at those, how should we say, those symbols that have been painted on our entrance in our jetty out the back here. I had a mind to think they were blood. I don't suppose you can verify.
I can't say for the others, but I know the one on the clinic door was, with all the scrubbing we had to do to get it off.
Right.
I don't know what kind of blood, but blood it was. Some sort of animal had that much of it to work with.
Certainly so. I had a feeling it might be something like that, as I don't think anyone's gone missing anytime soon. They're a frosty bunch, them. I went out and had a chat with one of them over on the jetty, saying do you know anything about this? Who could have done it? What it means? Just to put minds at rest. She threatened to throw me in the ruddy lake.
One of them, by that I assume you mean the newcomer.
Yes, that's the one. Said that this festival was stolen from them, that we're taking over their lands, and it's all heathen nonsense. I simply get out and ask in good faith. I said to them, I did. I said, well, if we don't know which of you it was, we're going to suspect all of you. It's in both of our interests that this vandal is brought to light. She wouldn't hear none of it. Strange eyes she had. Sort of this dark makeup beneath each eye. Shadowed hood on her. Got straight up at your face when you talked to her as well. Heathen nonsense. Heathen nonsense. But in all. Well, either way, just about to get some water to see if we can clean that heathen devilry off our entrance. Just thought I'd pry on your expertise is all. Looking forward to seeing you at the festival later. I hope you've got your gift all lined up.
Well, I'm putting it together, but seeing as I'm not a man of material wealth, I suppose I'll have to make do with what I can.
Well, we've all got something to offer. We've all got something to offer, that's to be sure. It's important at this time of suffering that we remember the true work of sacrifice and the worth that it gives to ourselves and others. Oh, well, look, here comes another of the heathens in the, in bountiful company, no less. I dare say I'm not surprised. Well, see you all about.
Take care.
Come into our town, paint their devilry all over the place. Threaten to throw priests in the river and then sleep about with ladies of the night. Disgusting behaviour.
Dude is going to spread it. We do know that there is some sort of so in canon there is a bubonic plague thing going on. And out of character, I don't think Stephen knows this, but there is it's fucking everywhere. It's not in this town, quote unquote. But it's coming. It's the Scarlet Rot. That's the reveal. We'll get to the final episode, and it'll be I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. That's who she is beneath the hood. Does Stephen know about what happened to the Regent? I think he knows he was stabbed. It's been so long, guys. There's such an information-heavy RP, and I haven't been drinking very much, but obviously over Christmas you do go for a little bit of the
get a little bit of the sauce going. And yes, we'll be doing that here. Too late? Oh fuck. I'm gonna get the plague. I hope I get to do leprosy RP. Oh, my fingers. My word, Stephen. It appears one of your legs fallen off. Oh no. Not little Stephen. Wait, that's not a leg. Does this work? You should do. Come on, in you go. In you go. Hold it there for a couple of seconds. Alright, well, it seems that water's a bit scuffed today.
Brother, is it?
Hello, yes, what can I do for you?
I'm so sorry to bug you. I just, it's about tonight. Hi.
Well,
I had a
yes.
question about your service.
Oh, yes, whatever is it? I'm more than happy to share the knowledge.
I haven't ever really taken part before.
Ah, well.
And I'm trying to obviously get better, and I don't really know what to bring or what to give someone, and I just thought I'd ask for advice.
Well, it's very good that you're interested in all. Well, it's a big community celebration, and it's all about giving. Trying to understand, through our own small tokens, the sacrifice that the Father did when he offered up the Son to deliver all of us. So it doesn't need to be something of great material wealth, though if material wealth is something very important to you, well, that's something you can do. Otherwise, it can be something of great importance to you. Something of, I'm not sure, sort of personal significance. Significance to your family, perhaps. I've also known ladies to shave their hair, for example, as an important show of eschewing vanity to be able to do. Well, it's quite all right. I'm sure we could get the rancher to shear you if it was all good. It's all in the name of the Father, of course.
No, I'm okay with that. No,
beautiful for that, sir.
Well,
Miss Claire will help me find a gift for
I'm sure,
offering, won't you?
there's got to be something which is important to you, your family, that you can offer up, just so you can be there in the spirit of the rest of the community. No, either way, I hate to pry upon you, I've got some...
fresh water, hard work is also a fantastic offering, too.
Well, that it certainly is, at all time of the years.
Today.
I could do that, yeah. How about we get started with that?
Certainly, well...
Have a good day. Thank you for answering my question.
Of course, well, if the pie doesn't work out, you'll find the rancher, he's got a good set of shears on him. Just an idea.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Righto. Well, best of luck to you all. Righto. Well, let's clear up some fucking devilry. Right. I'm not having any of this. Let's have a look at this then. Have any of this devilry in my town on the day of the festival. None of that at all. Well, marvellous.
It was washed clean.
Thank you kindly. Very well inferred. I'll be up at the front of the place in a minute. Get rid of all of this heathen witchcraft. Thank you kindly. I best get a fresh bucket. Let's get that right in there. Go a little bit further down before we get a little bit more. Yep, that'll do me. Righto, back through town we go.
That's super cool that he can add and remove decals. I have no idea how that works.
DM on station, did you still need help?
Oh, sorry, no, I've been seen to. Thank you very much. Oh, I dare say I hope I'm not intruding upon the celebration of gift-giving on this blessed eve. Ah, you're a young rascal. I knew that about you the first time I laid eyes on you. Blessed be to you both.
Not between us, brother. Goodness.
There's nothing wrong with a good bit of gift-giving from a young man. Well, I'd be flattered if anyone gave me such a present. Well, you have a good day, Noel. Look forward to seeing you at the celebration later. From this point onwards, any two people I see hanging out are having a romantic tryst. That's my thing today. Oh man. +1 insight. That's it. We need eyes. Eyes on the inside.
Brother Stephen, have you seen Nella anywhere?
Remind me what they look like again. I seem a bit foggy on the mind.
Red hair, green dress.
Oh, yes. Well, they were just around there, around the corner. I think she might have been having a little bit of a gift given to her at this moment in time. The young lad from the manor, rascal as he is. But either way, just up there on the right. Best of luck.
I see.
It's time to stick them right in it. Ah, good day there, Mr. Thorne. Out to spread the music on this blessed day. Good to see it, good to see it.
Of course.
You're right. Every now and then I absolutely do things for Brigus's chat specifically. Ah, my Lord Regent, good to see you up and about. Hope you're feeling well.
Good. Feeling all right. Good eve to you.
A good eve to you as well. Glad to see that you'll be about for this most important and holy of celebrations. Now, I'm just off on my way to claim some of those devil symbols off. They've been painting them around the town again. Good Lord, never hear the end of it. Hostile bunch they are, the locals. One of them damn near threatened to throw me in the goddamn river. Well, is what it is. I won't interrupt you any further, though. It seems like you've got important business about you. Have a pleasant day, both, and blessings of the Father upon you.
You as well. You as well. A happy eve to you.
Happy eve. Those two are fucking.
Morning, Stephen.
Ah, good morning. I hope you don't mind. There was a young girl about the place who was, saying that she couldn't think of anything to give for the eve this evening. I said, well, I hope you don't mind, but I said, well, it's often a thing that if a girl's got nothing to give, to show that she eschews her vanity, sometimes they cut their hair, shear themselves off to show that their supplication before the Father. So if someone comes to you asking if they can shave their hair off, then that's what that's all about. I hope you don't mind.
Shaving their... What, they're going bald? Oh, for God?
Of course, yes, to show your own sacrifice. Hair is very important to a young girl. There surely could be no holier gift.
God. Yeah, I wouldn't sacrifice my hair for, well, I guess a lot of things, really. Okay. Actually, that's a good point, Stephen. I'm a rancher, and I can't quite just have a pig with a bow on it to have it as a gift.
All right, well.
So, I'm a bit out of options. I'm a rancher, right? How's a bucket of manure with a bow on it?
A bucket of manure with a bow on it. I dare say that might go.
Is that a gift?
A little bit the wrong direction. Are you feeling quite all right? You look quite red in the eyes.
I mean, I didn't sleep. That's all that is.
Oh, well, the cold is setting in. It's getting to all of us. Hope you're feeling well enough, that's all. Well, it's...
No, Stephen, I feel like the bucket of manure.
I think...
Yes.
Flowers, not manure for a woman. Goodness.
No, it's for the Eve. It's for God. What?
I was just talking about what would probably be perceived as quite the slight against the church.
Yeah, I'm a rancher. I got a lot of shit.
Maybe flowers for the same purpose.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come now. There must be something important to you, something unique to you, special to you, which you can offer up on this day, all in the spirit of giving and community, of course.
Something important. I like fucking.
Well, perhaps some.
That's more of an activity, Stephen.
Yes, it is quite. You can't really gift that to the church.
Actually need it.
No, I quite understand. No, I don't think the father will be receiving any blessed seed on this day.
I don't think.
I think that'll.
I mean, I got a blessing of fertility on the farm.
You certainly do have a blessing of fertility on the farm. No, we know that quite all right. But you see, he gives out the blessings of the facility. He's not much of a receiving sort. He's more of a power top.
I'm crazy, Stephen. I think it's working on me more so than the animal.
Well, you have been mighty frisky about the place. I've noticed you sort of moving around. You've been getting a damn sight more
vomit and all sorts of other.
Well,
it's tough, Stephen.
I thought this was some sort of cologne you were wearing to woo the ladies, given that
Yes. Oh, yes. This natural masculine musk.
Of course, yes. It's hard work. It's the musk of a provider, of a man who's.
The goats vomited on me today. The sheep, they straight up vomited.
Now, I don't want to sort of cast too many aspersions, but we do have a very.
Who bathes on the regular, I would.
We have a stream right behind the village, my good man.
If I go there, something. If it's not one thing, it's another. Trust me.
All right.
Mrs.
Well, maybe that's something you could do. Maybe that's your socket. Maybe for this evening, maybe you could have a bath. Maybe that's your offering.
Okay. For the gift of the whole town, I'm gonna take a bath.
I think that's a good present. I think that'll be a really good sign.
I'm gonna get soap, and I'm gonna. Hi. Thank you, Stephen.
Not a problem at all.
You came back with my horse. And you didn't eat it, right? You didn't eat my horse.
I did not eat your horse.
Thank God. And the horse didn't eat you. Sorry, they're family.
I can't believe I described the father as a power top. But there we go.
Absolutely. I full-heartedly agree.
Is everything all right?
Fine. Just fine. Heading out to the forest to gather some herbs.
Oh, yeah. Best be careful heading out to those forests. It seems darker stuff happens every day. Perhaps get someone else to come with you. What about that young lad who was escorting you earlier? He's familiar with these paths coming up and down to the manor every 5 seconds.
Oh, Nathaniel.
Yes.
Well, he's usually tailing Mr. Harcourt. That's exactly where I saw him, heading there.
Ah, right. Well, all well and good. Either way, so won't interrupt you any further. I've got devilry to clean up over on that pillar over there. Ruddy heathen vandals.
Good luck, Brother Stephen.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this over here. No more or less, I reckon, in my town. Ah! That's some sort of animal blood, all right. Pagans! Father, save us from them on this blessed day. Ugh. No more of this devilry in Blackwell. Thank you very much. rather does look like a bird foot, doesn't it? What sort of disgusting heathens worship feet as a symbol? Ugh. Disgusting practices, mark my word. Bird feet and all that. Some sort of sick and twisted fetish. I'll never hear the end of it. That's a bit better. Just the way the Father intended. Thank you very much. Cleaning presents. Good stuff for that. All shipwright for the festival. Turn this bucket now, I think.
I turned to God to see if it would help. You know, I got the blessing and all that, but it ain't, I don't know if it helps.
Sync doesn't.
Oh,
Do you know if Mr. Clive is about, or is he down in the mines? Or is he just resting?
I believe he was headed out to the mines when I saw him earlier. I've not seen him about in town for some 20 minutes or so.
So to speak.
I should probably get that bell made for him as soon as I can.
Should I-
Together, yeah.
What is that? Sorry, I feel quite rude. I asked about the good tailor's situation, but I don't think I've seen you about with the man either. Or is Clive the person you're hoping to gift to?
He's looking for you, by the way.
No, not Clive. I think Clive's already got eyes for someone anyways, and I've got someone special of my own. Like I said, my family, we liked to do our tradition within our house. If we were giving something to somebody, it was within the privacy of our family.
Ah, right, I understand.
My mother was really stringent about not showing off brand new things to people.
Well, it doesn't have to be a brand new thing. It just needs to be important here. That's all. It's a show for the community.
She had this worry about others coveting what you have. So she wanted us to get use out of the things that the family would give us in that time, so that by the time we were to be able to, have them about us and around town, people wouldn't be eyeing them nearly as much because they would be tarnished.
I see. Well, there is something special about a secret between a couple of people as well, isn't there? Something there. Well, as long as we're seeing you at the festival this afternoon and over at the service, I'm sure nothing will be too amiss. Just wanted to make sure. There's lots of, well, I suppose strapping young lads about the town with an eye for a spot of romance. So you better watch yourself. You have a good day now.
You as well.
And Mr. Thorne, of course, I'd be reticent not to talk to yourself as well. I don't suppose you've got someone special in mind you'll be giving a bit of a gift and an offering today?
I'm not too sure, really.
Oh, come now, there must be someone.
Looking for, the one, and I'm still traveling, aren't I?
Well, that's short, but truth be told, it takes a long time to get to know someone. And there's only so many people you can get to know. We don't live forever, Mr. Thorne. It might be about time that you start investigating and perhaps giving other people a chance. But even so, do you have an offering in mind for the festival later on today? One for the Father, of course.
I was hoping that playing would be suffice.
Well, playing something that you do every day, of course, so it wouldn't be particularly special. There must be something that you can give. It's important for all of us to remember at this time the importance of giving.
I would argue that music, even though I do it every day, it is still very special and important. But I'll think about it at least.
Well,
Sort of snuck up on me this year, really.
It does every year, but I think that's what makes it more special. You speak from the heart, You know, the good rancher, we've even convinced him to take a bath. That's his offering. I dare say I've never seen him bathe, so that's a little bit different. He's a little bit out of his comfort zone. It's a show of sacrifice, you see. I'm sure there's something you can find as well. But either way, think on it. It wouldn't do to be seen to be too, well, shall we say, prudy in these times. And of course, we've got need of the Father's light now more than ever. I'm sure you'd agree. Well, I've got to get rid of this bucket and all this rancid animal blood, whatever it is the heathens are spat about the place. I'll be on my way. Blessings of the Father upon you, and blood for blood, of course.
I'm just having to wait for Mr. Clive to come up from the mine. I have just...
I've got to think about fucking offering. It's a bit rare. I'm seeing this character was kind of turned on his head and all that sort of stuff. Ah.
People move, come and go. I wish you best of luck, wherever you may go.
Mr. Clive, there was the large red-headed woman was looking at you over yonder. I thought you were down the mines. I do apologise. They're looking to buy something off you, I believe.
What have you speak of? No, I have... How should I say this? Taken a day off.
Ah, right. Well, it's a day of rest as much as anything else. Even so, I'll see if I could flag her down. She seemed to want of you nonetheless. Do you have an offering in mind for the festival this evening?
Nothing in particular.
Well, now's the time to get thinking. The time is upon us.
This is something... God. Of time. I'll think of something.
I'm sure you will. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. It's important that we're all reminded of the spirit of giving in this difficult time. Brings the community together.
Which one?
The rather muscly one. Around your height. One day I'll learn names, I promise. But there we go. Now, where is the bucket? I can't logically hear through that wall. I think that would be a little bit metagamey if I was hearing through that wall. Not gonna do it. Not me. I'm sure they don't mind if I just dump a bucket of pig blood or whatever the fuck this is in here. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Just wanted to make sure it was loudly advertising that it was me who was cleaning it.
I found Miss Claire. She's returned to her soul.
Why are you in so close relation with the other? Those who choose to believe.
I hope I'm not interrupting a romantic tryst or something. I just feel a twinge of sympathy whenever I see a small lad backed against a wall with a man with a huge axe on his back. Is everything all right?
Everything is fine. You may leave.
I'm glad for saying so. It's outside my church. I think I'll stay here as long as I like. What's the devil the need for all of this dour, menacing talk on a blessed day such as this?
It's a private conversation not involving any of your business.
Well, there's many places to have a private conversation that don't mean taking the mood down of the whole town square. Good Lord, heathens. Try and be nice and they just bite you in the arse. Everything all right? You got everything ready for the festival this evening? Got an offering in mind?
I do.
I'm glad to hear it. Good to see the people are all nice and prepared. A couple of people about the mind are all sort of, ooh, what a surprise. Oh, it looks like you've still got a splattering of blood upon your door. Not seen fit to clean it as of yet, or is that fresh?
Not mine. Not my door. It's getting cleaned up, though. That's what the tavern keeps it.
All right, well.
Good. The sooner the better.
Certainly, I would just...
You two be interested in a meal? Something to eat?
Well, I dare say there'll be
I would, yes, actually.
a lot of festivities coming up, so yes, absolutely. Good to have a meal under our belts.
Quite, yes.
You know, I followed on those heathens we saw heading towards the bridge earlier, inquired if they knew anything about the symbol, reached out in an offer of, well, you know, we'll suspect all of you if you don't help us come to the bottom of this. You know, do you know anything about this? What does it mean? All that sort of thing. They offered to throw me in the lake. Got right up in my face, they did.
Because you...
I simply asked who it was who was vandalising our thing. I wasn't accusatory in any way. I've never met a more hostile group of fellas in all my days.
Is everything alright?
Such a heathen way of acting.
Is everything alright there, Father?
It's fine. It's just... apparently Brother Stefan was inquiring our visitors about the markings that were appearing on these doors and was met with quite a bit of hostility.
Oh yes, hostility seems to be all they have to offer. They come in, trounce around the place, acting like it's theirs, and you try and offer out. Even just now, I was stood there and there was the huge one with the axe on his back, backing the small one against the wall. I inquire in, I go, is everything all right? And they look at me like I've shot their bloody dog. I don't like saying the word bloody on days like today, of course, but good Lord, the cheek of them.
Well, I actually had to clean up some of that mess from the front. They're still trying to. There's still some of it seeped in.
Oh, I had to clear...
It's the devil's markings, no doubt. Yeah.
Looks like some sort of weird bird's foot, doesn't it? What kind of strange loon worships a bird's foot?
Well, nonetheless,
devil worship
surely there's
is
something
that,
I can get
that's
to both
who?
of you. I don't want to keep you hungry if you are.
Certainly, it's a day of worship.
I heard there was it is. I heard there was oatmeal, I believe.
I'm sorry, Father. They had just gotten the last bits of it, didn't they?
No, not to worry. Not to worry. Whatever you have on hand, then. I'm not a picky man. Speaking of, have you seen? Apparently, I could have sworn I saw a few fish moving down the river. Can you believe it?
Ooh. Hopefully they catch some of them. If I can be a purchase, that might be really good for the dinner.
Perhaps. I mean, it seems they've arrived just as mysteriously as they disappeared. Ever since the old fishmonger, a good man, just up and left, I suppose, because the fish stopped appearing as well. I wonder how...
Just take whatever you've got. I just want a simple meal or something to tide me through the day.
To just up and leave. I mean, surely he had friends here. I mean, bit of a drinker. I know he came around the tavern quite often, but to just pick up and leave without saying goodbye, it was sudden, but... as you mentioned,
we have available stuff, yeah, would
making a living.
appreciate it.
Move on, I suppose.
Yeah, of course.
It's a shame, but when your job is that movable, you have to move alongside it.
Well, I hope
they're
as
gonna
well.
get you your meal settled.
Wonderful.
Oh, you're quite all right. I've noticed a couple of people about with a hell of a coughing fit today. It was the lumberjack, the woodsman. He near passed out in the middle of the square. Had a real fit on him, he did.
Really?
Yes, it was... I think he came in here to get himself a drink. I trust he was all right.
It may be the changing of the weather.
Could well be.
It would be seasonal. Pollens in the area. You know, maybe inhaled something, a wood chip. working the lumber
That's
mill,
quite
who knows?
true, with all of the sawdust flying about. Yeah, it's got to be hazard on the lungs after a while,
Have you been tended to?
Yeah, Sophie said they're gonna, meal, but, I haven't paid for it yet.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Oh, well. You got this.
I believe I may have left my coin
Oh,
purse.
most
over in
kind
my
indeed.
quarters.
Thank you.
How much do I
Oh!
owe you for this?
Don't worry about it. No need
Good
to
lord,
worry.
that was a close one, wasn't it?
If
It's
you're
all
sure.
right. It's all right. I think I'm mostly all right. We'll get some rags from home to make sure. Good lord.
Sorry about that, Matt. She's trying her best.
No, as I say, you need to work on your nerves, my dear.
Did you get everything you need?
Oh.
No, not yet. I haven't got the meal yet, but...
I had a
how much do I owe you?
question, dear Sophie, and I don't mean to
full meal or
sound
half meal,
insensitive. Genuinely out of curiosity.
Full one.
Do you blink, perchance?
9 coin unusual. Would you like a drink with that?
Water's just fine.
They're very good.
I've seen her blink on occasion.
Water.
You know, I dare say that's probably why you're struggling to balance yourself. Your eyes are getting dried out and it's all going wobbly on you.
Poor girl is incredibly pale. Perhaps getting some good sun would be good for you, girl. I heard it's supposed to be healthy for the man and the woman.
It is a beautiful day outside.
Aye, it is. A lot of that fog and smoke as of recent had been clearing. You can even see the swamps on the other side of the river. The lake, river.
Yes. One blends into the other. I make the same mistake myself.
Did you tell the father about what you found on the pier?
Oh, that I did, most certainly, and I've been back to clean it up since. There was one in the front of the place as well, right at the entrance. Scrubbed it right off. I tried to have a chat with him about it. I was just saying.
I'll get you a meal here in just a second, okay?
I've never met a less friendly group of people. As I was saying, I spoke to the I think she's got strange black marks at her eyes in the hood. I went up there and said, you know, we understand this is of your runes or alphabet or something. You know, can you tell me something about it? Why is it here? Why are you vandalising our dock? You know, I didn't say it was her specifically, but you know, like as not, you're there, scene of the crime. Your language, your tradition, certainly not something anyone from our sorts are going to be doing. I said, well, can you help us out at all? Can you tell us what it means, what it's for? She offered to throw me in the lake. Got straight up in my face. I thought she had a mind to shank me. I've never met a more rude group of people. And then just a moment ago, I was stood there and there was the large one, the tall one with the marks on his face and the big axe on his back, was backing the small fella against the wall. I went to him and said, are you all right? You know, you're intimidating a little chap there in the background. You're an armed man. They act like I shot their dog or something. Hey, get out of here, get out of the way, shooing me away from the front of my own church, and now I've not got a great tolerance for heathens. It is, I understand, more than many, and more than I care to say that it can be difficult, you know, having the Lord's light brought into your country, but there's no need not to be civil. No need not to be civil at all. And after they come in here and eat our fine soup as well. I do say some of those crops do look a little bit frigid. Should follow up with the farmer on that.
Wait, was it the other one, smaller one of them he was holding against the wall?
Yeah, there was the large chap. He was talking all sorts of grave. I sort of spied them going past. I thought I'd keep an eye in. Walked back and he's up there going, oh, you know, really using his size, pushing him back in a dark corner, talking about, oh, I don't know, some sort of like, why are you getting so friendly with her or something like that. I don't know.
Friendly with who?
I didn't stay long enough to hear. They'd noticed me looking as I was trying to make myself seen, as I didn't want an incident in front of the church on this day of all days. Is it too much to ask that they take their own affairs outside?
Thank you.
I don't believe it is. That being said, perhaps it's for the best they took their affairs elsewhere entirely.
Certainly. I am receptive to the Regent's will that we should convert them, but I dare say I've made not an ounce of movement with any of them. Though that being said, I've got Anton to help for that. Thank for that.
The Regents seem more willing to work with them than convert them, unfortunately.
Have they been at least... they haven't done anything, at least physically, right?
Well, you mean, apart from threatening to throw me in a river, push each other against a wall, be rude to everyone under the sun that gets here, and vandalise our town? No, they've been quite fine. Oh, also, they're heathens. Thought I'd better mention that one at least. Oh, and of course the burying of the jars with the nails in them, cursing our lands. That's another one as well. Big fan of that.
Burying the jars?
Oh, yeah. It was an awful sort of situation. It was old Anton. Man was fascinated with their ways. Seemed to believe he was beyond saving. Had a frightful conversation of him. He was talking foul of the father, of the people. He said he intended to convert to the heathen faith and all besides. I tried to talk to him, tried to make him seem sense. We were out to talk to the camp, you see. I had a mind to ask him about what's going on, as friendly as I could be, and I said, you know, well, do you know anything about what's going on? Any animals that might be nearby, native, that we're not aware about, that might have stolen someone away in the night? Well, we got there and the camp was empty, and Anton saw the opportunity to go and snip around the place like a madman possessed he was. Found a bit of loose dirt in the ground, and he unearthed it, and what did he find? A strange jar with 5 nails in it. It was the same thing that Jerome had seen a little while before. Some sort of strange profane art. Now we know we're burying them in the soil. They're burying him in the soil, and what do you know? Crops aren't looking too healthy, are they? They've been coming all around the town. I don't know if you've seen them. Each day they walk straight down the back there. They could have sequestered something in the mud at any time. We'll be going through that whole thing with like a pilgrim with a plough, trying to turf out any of that heathen nastiness they put in there. Come springtime, of course.
Continue searching.
Mary Eve. Good to see you.
I hope maybe they're keeping it outside the woods, and hopefully it's not there, but I certainly hope the situation improves.
Well, it certainly doesn't seem to have stopped them putting things in our village, now does it? Now, I tell you, if it's important to you, if you've got something going on, we already know it's devilry. So if I'm asking you, what's it about? What's it for? And you won't tell me, and you act all hostile and anything, well, of course I'm going to assume it's cursed, because of course I got to. It's some profane works.
Whoever did put my mark on my door definitely didn't appreciate it, but... do you know who was the one that cleaned my door?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't. I believe someone else was doing that in other days. It's, I just went about and found the ones that were on the bridge and the entrance to our town today. And I believe the tavern keeper here has been given a good shot at cleaning the one out the front of this one. Oh,
I haven't really been looking at the door myself.
Speaking of strange symbols, I don't suppose they've made anything heads or anything more of that strange etching on the table up there.
I managed to buff it out a little bit, but apparently it was actually something that was seen in Lady Blackwell's place, and somebody decided to get a little bit creative, so we're not thinking too ahead of it.
So yeah, well, it was a man who visited the manor who must have got a bit creative. I knew it would be something simple like that. Man didn't seem to have much of a taste for his town, so... Well, looks like he vandalized the place. Still, awful thing that happened to him. Awful thing, to be sure.
Next time I catch him, I'll prefer to give him a good stern talking to.
I'm sure you will.
Perhaps I'll be a bit more kinder than the regent.
Well, I'm feeling increasingly less kind as days go on, honestly. It's not too much to ask for a little bit of civility, is it?
No, it is not. Not indeed. But hey, you know what they say? a little bit of kindness here and there,
Mm.
with your hand outstretched, it's sure to be returned eventually.
Well, so I hope so, because I stretched it out today and they offered to throw me in the river. So, well, you know, just saying no could be a little bit rude, standing off it. Offering to throw a priest in the river of someone else's civilization, well, that's how you start a fight.
Well, you know what they say as well. If you get so many yeses, you're bound to get a no. So, you're eventually going to run into those rough and tumble people. But, hey, it makes the kind folk here look even kinder.
That it does.
Yeah. All we can do at least try to be friendly, at least keep an open invitation best we can, and hopefully people can reciprocate that.
Well, listen, it's not like I don't understand what they're going through. God knows, when the Father's Light came to my homeland, a lot of people had a lot of stuff to say about it, and a lot of them still do. Still, no sense turning down a good gift and a warm welcome. Certainly no sense starting any fights or anything. Anyway, thank you very kindly for the meal today. It's been absolutely marvellous. I'll quickly see if I can... Oh, God, got some coins in these robes somewhere. I do apologise. These are the Father's old ones. You see, it's... there we go. Put that on the side there, and I'll clean up after myself. Got to go around getting more...
If you want, I could try to put some pockets in the robe later if you want.
Oh, that'll be most kind. It gets a little bit chilly reaching right inside the whole thing every single time, even though I do wear my shirt underneath. But I might have a chat with you after the festival. Do we all have something that we're hoping to offer at the ceremony this evening?
I was preparing bread and some of the meat for dinner. I believe we were going to potentially use some of them for that.
Certainly. Well, a harvest offering for a travelling harvest. I'm sure the Father's willing to appreciate that. Food is, of course, a most precious resource to us at these times. That's why I'm so grateful for your skill as a cook. What about yourself? You got something you're hoping to offer?
I don't have much to offer. Maybe some nice cloth left over that would look nice. I don't have much.
Oh, certainly. Well, cloth and maybe a sort of fabric to splay across the splay across the altar. That'd be quite lovely, I'm sure. Maybe can be used to keep a bit of the draft out in there. A donation to the church is always nice in that regard. It is, whilst it is all the Father's lands, it's good to have a church that we can use to show our special appreciation. Even so, I'll be getting rid of this and I'll be on my way. I do apologise.
Of course. Miss Drake, if you don't mind, do you mind if I ask what your profession is again? Sorry, I've been actually trying to remember so many things today.
You're fine.
Put that in there.
I haven't really been doing much.
Oh.
Lately, I've been doing all I can to keep Mr. Jasper up with medical supplies, but occasionally I can make a nice dresser outfit here and there.
Of course. Excuse me, Miss Drake, I gotta go tend to this young man here.
Just before you do, I don't suppose you mind if I take a look upstairs?
Just taking a moment to rest. Don't worry about me.
No worries.
Do you mind if I take a look upstairs?
So long as you're not going into anybody's rooms that is currently in use.
Certainly, thank you. There's a particular room. I believe it's just up above this beam up here. It's the central one. I don't know if you know the travelling merchant at all who comes through. Short little girl with a backpack who runs around with her husband, works in the mines. Oh, yeah. She had a terrible sighting the other day. She said she saw something fearful in that room. I went in and gave it a bit of a blessing. Nothing to be seen, of course, but I just thought I'd have a poke around. Better safe than sorry, after all. Well, if it's all good for you, I'll quickly just have a nose around. Just my own curiosity, understand? Oh, do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Have you been holding up yourself, Mr. Drake?
It's been tough, but thanks they've been able to make it.
That is quite the door.
Fortunate to have some people that went. Fortunate to have people there willing to.
Quickly ask for a little bit of help with this one.
Help me out.
Well, thankfully everybody is in some reclined.
I'm on station. What you need?
Hello. A couple of days hence, the travelling merchant saw something nasty and horrible in this room. I came up and gave it a blessing in all the four corners, as is my job. I was just coming up here now to see if there was anything showing here, just for the sake of my own curiosity. Just because people seem to have been seeing all sorts of things about this inn.
I'm just doing what I can.
You look left, and you look right. Give the air a sniff. As far as you can tell, this blessing seems to have taken hold.
That's the Father's light, true and proper. Well, thank you very much.
At least, you hope it took hold.
Ah, definitely took hold. The Father wouldn't let me down. Not ever.
For me, I'll be sure to let you know. Shoes and pants are getting a little bit worn.
Yeah, we definitely would be want to fix that before the thread snaps completely.
Yes. That or have new ones made entirely if we have the materials for it.
Well,
What type of materials would you need for outfits?
glad to say no ghasts or ghouls about the place. Just a silly fascination of mine. Well, you have a great day now. Blessings of the Father upon you. If I don't see you before this evening, looking forward to seeing you at the service. I am here to make bold religious statements and then leave the room.
Did you see how he reacted when he said there was no ghasts or ghouls about the place? He's like, yeah, yes there is.
Oh, some sort of gathering. All well and good. And what a fine place to gather.
Brother.
Is everything all right?
Greetings. Yes, was looking to get one of the pews replaced. The bloody termites were chewing away at some of the railings.
Well, that's no good at all, no good at all. For a moment there, I thought we'd seen another sight of vandalism with everybody gathered about the bench. Well, I'm glad to hear it's just the termites this time.
Yes, as glad as you can be about them.
Certainly.
There's so many other buildings they could be chewing away at, and they choose the Father's Church of all places.
Well, I'm sure it's provides succor for all creatures, even the termites, so it would seem. Well, just making sure nothing was amiss. Didn't want to intrude too long. You have a blessed day now. Looking forward to the service later on.
Whenever you have a free time, of course, do see to it. If you would, let me know what is owed after.
Of course. All right, guys.
Glad to see you out and about getting some sunshine.
I'm working, you know, I'm working on it, like closing my eyes.
That's all well and good. Yes. Oh, just so you know, I checked the room upstairs the travelling merchant said was haunted. Nothing about it. Father's blessing holding true. All well and good. Blood for blood.
I am here to make bold, religious, ominous statements and then leave. It's one of my character traits. Just turn up and go, everything's fine. Religion is holding true. Leave before anyone can argue with me. Oh, but of course, best call by the graves. Wouldn't do to leave the dead amiss on a day like today. That being said, it's getting a mite overgrown up here. I do hope they don't mind. Now I wonder. O Father above, we give thanks this day for looking over those of us who have departed this life and entered into your eternal house. We ask that you bless these graves and those that lay within them, and hope that they are serving you as well in your great house in the sky as they did for you down here on earth. Now, I do have a question. I just want to know something.
DM on station. What you need?
I am sorry. I feel like I'm pigging an awful lot today. I do apologize. These graves, just curious, do any of them belong to the Lady Blackwell's family? I've learned that they met an untimely grave.
Right.
We certainly wouldn't be doing any blood sacrifices today. That's absolutely not happening. I absolutely didn't make a suggestion to make it worse. Hi, Lone. Hope you're doing okay. Oh, this is quite the clarification. She could be on.
You see three graves before you.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been here for quite some time.
Right.
And you do not recall any of Lady Blackwell's family being buried here.
Right.
Instead, it has only been people who have been part of your flock.
Right. Just thought I'd ask. Thank you very much.
Problem.
Suppose she would have her own mausoleum of sorts up in a place as fancy as that town. Is that manor of hers? I dare say I can't remember the last time I visited. We should go to her and, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to see her this evening at the festival. What's going on over here, then? Just poking around. I have to stop myself from going towards the water. Like, every fibre of my body wants to go and play with the water. There's just such a constant sound of water. So many places in the map. There's so many rivers. Like if you walk in that direction, there's another river as well. There's weird bubbles, there's symbols near it. One of the first things we saw was a big light behind the waterfall. Like, my head is just screaming, Cthulhu, water stuff, evil. But Stephen wouldn't know that. But, god damn. I should stress, that isn't why I go to the water every day. I just think it's scenic. I just want to know what's behind there. I want to know. I mean, I could well get baptized. I haven't got a fucking clue on what. So just to be absolutely and totally clear, I do not have a planned death. No one has reached out to me and said, Stephen, you die in this way. And shit, that the fucking mine goes under the river as well. Like it goes straight under there, and there's the... I was so bloody curious. I do happen to know that in the mine there's a very deep chasm. Like a very deep chasm. Like one we didn't dig bit deep. I dare say it's one of the blessings of Blackwell, isn't it? That we've got this soothing sound of leaves and water in so much of the village. It really is a blessed place we've decided to stay.
It is nice.
I suppose the river runs some way under the mountain, doesn't it? It comes out, there's a little cave which it comes out of a little way into the forest. I don't know if you've been there.
An actual cave?
Well, it comes out of somewhere. I suppose it isn't spawned out of the rock as it speaks. But if you go down a little way into the forest, there's a bridge, and if you look down the way, did you hear a dog?
I heard something.
What on earth was that? I didn't know we had a little dog about the place. I love dogs. Is there a doggy about?
Well...
Oh, sorry. I was quite perturbed. I haven't seen a dog in a little while. I was curious.
I haven't either, actually. Yes, there's a bridge?
Oh, yeah, a little way out into the forest in that direction. So I reckons that it goes out here, and then it loops back around over, in a big wide arc, and it goes beneath the mountain in that direction. Derby, it's been playing on my mind an awful lot since I first saw it. I don't know if you remember, about a week or so ago, there was people talking about some strange light beneath the waterfall. I just can't shift that from my mind for some reason.
Yes, I've heard of that as well. People are looking into it.
They are? Oh, that's good to hear, at least. There's all sorts of mysteries that seem to be going on left, right and centre. There's these strange folk coming around, not sure what they want with their symbols. There's lights under the waterfalls. There's sightings in the house, people going missing, people dying. It's a frightful test that the Father's laid out for us, but I'm sure we'll leave it all the stronger for it. I heard this morning, Brother Andrew... Oh, but I shouldn't be a gossip. I do apologise for taking too much of your time. You have...
I want to say that...
Oh, what was it?
I think I have figured out my offering.
Oh, that's marvellous. Do tell.
It would still be playing, of course, but... On top of the fact that I won't accept any money for it, which is something that I always need, because that is how I get my money. It will also be a source of pain.
A source of pain?
Still hasn't properly...
Oh, of course, because of the injury to your arm. Well, I dare say that the dedication to merriment is a great thing indeed, and such suffering for the good of others is exactly the sort of thing that the Father would be proud of. Very glad to hear it. Very thoughtful indeed. Very thoughtful indeed, Mr. Thorne. I've got a little bit of a thing myself to offer up as well.
Well, looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Ah, it's that lovely cast of orange of the evening. You'll love to see it.
Nature always has had its beauty.
That it certainly has. It's one of the great things about living out here in the New World is you get to see the work of the Father in all its glory before we set to it with axe and stone. Beautiful, truly beautiful.
Yes, it is. That is one of the reasons why I travel.
Oh, really? I don't think I've ever asked you the questions. Why did you come to the New World? It seems that a travelling minstrel such as yourself would probably be better suited to the populations in our own fair cities back home.
Well, I was taught by a bard when I was young.
Oh?
And, I traveled with him for a little bit. He taught, on top of the music that I play, he taught me the beauty of nature. And I certainly agree with him on that. It is also nice to see the smaller towns. It has a much more different feel than than the bigger ones.
Dare say you're right. There's a great many poets who take their inspiration from the small little towns and nooks and crannies of life. And there are many artists who've taken a muse from nature and the songs of the birds. Well, that's very beautiful, Mr. Thorne. Very beautiful indeed. I wish I had quite the same experience for coming out here. I dare say it's more of unfinished business for me.
Really, are you willing to tell?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't from our homeland, though it may sound like it. My parents, they were heathens on the colonies.
Really?
Aye. It's always been a little bit of a schism for me, as it were. I thought maybe coming out and spreading the word of the Father to another people, much the same as the Pilgrims once did to my own, might answer a few questions, put a few things to rest, that was all. I have to say, clearly the Pilgrims that came to my land were better than I. But what the devil is he doing up there?
Maybe sitting, basking in the sun?
Looks like it, just don't want him to get hurt, that's all.
I would hope he knows what he's doing.
I should hope so too, but I've been surprised before.
That is fair.
It's often been my observation that a man doesn't know he's been truly foolish a lot of the time until someone points it out to him.
Yeah, that is fair.
I do hope you got a good pair of boots and a stable footing up there. Wouldn't want to see you getting hurt.
Oh, I sit up here all the time. Don't worry about me.
Well,
Just wood carving.
glad to hear it. But it seems you got a great many artists within our midst who use the Father's nature and beauty as his muse. Is the carving for tonight's festival by chance?
Well, of course.
Well, glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Just making sure everybody's nice and sorted out. Want to have a good festival this year. What with all the nastiness that's been going on, it's important that we have events like this to bring our community together. Well, I'll leave you to it, just mind yourself. The light fades faster than I expect a lot of the time, and I dare say some of these stones get a little bit slippery around by the water. That you do, meagre light that it is. Well... the people playing the Graves Company, that's good to see. Looks like that injury really has taken a toll on you, Mr. Thorne. Bending all sorts of different places.
Well, my boot has been acting up for some reason.
We see to that before the autumn gets too long. You'll get some sort of mold in there, and then God knows what'll happen.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'll talk to the woodsman about see if there's anything he can do for termites. There must be someone with some sort of wisdom about it.
Are they still in the church?
Hmm?
Are they still in the church?
Is who still in the church?
The termites.
Oh, yeah, no, they decided that they were going to rot out one of the pews. We were talking about getting there. Well, I wasn't talking about it. I walked in on Father Stephen. He was making sure that the place was nice and seen to. Getting the pew replaced, you see. All rotted through. But I suppose this is a house for all of the Father's creatures, so, well, I suppose the termites are making a home as well. No sense to it. If I was a suspicious man, I'd believe they may have been released here by one of those ne'er-do-wells who's been scraggling about the place. However, I'm not a suspicious man. I am a man of God and faith. Will not assume such evil things of the heathens and rude fellas amongst us.
If I'm remembering correctly, and I'm not certain I am,
Mm-hmm.
they were around like a month ago or so.
That they were.
Which was way before the others came in.
Ooh. Well, not too much to worry about there then. I mean, we've more than enough wood around for termites. And they do prefer old wood. Brother Andrew, I don't suppose in all your wisdom you have much knowledge of termites, do you? Perhaps some way to assuage them or send them off. Oh, but now I talk to you, I remember we had a sailor in our midst. He probably has the secret.
It shouldn't be too deep.
I would assume they have better knowledge of termites than I do.
Certainly. It was just a wild guess out of the blue. I'm sure you can hear it from the sound of the night birds, but evening's getting long. The festival will be upon us soon.
Yes, that is why I've come back.
Certainly.
While there are some things that require my attention, I need to be here more.
It's true. You are off and blooming about in grim aspect. I hope it's nothing too serious. All I seem to be doing is walking around, trying to spread the good word and, well, being insulted or threatened by heathens. Nasty business.
A life worth living.
Certainly so. No pilgrimage was ever without its trials, that's for sure. Well, I'm going to see if I can get some candles for the church, I think. Make sure it's nice and lit up for the service. I won't keep you any longer.
Very well. Nor I you.
Should we expect the service soon then, since it's almost sunset?
Yes, the service should be happening sometime soon.
We'll ring the bell when it happens, as is the custom. Now all I have to do is not freak out public speaking. It's either Cthulhu or mine's going to open the bell lock. Yeah, I can see that as well. I don't know. I get the feeling it could be some smaller, witchier things. Perhaps a Wendigo. I feel like it's probably related to whatever happened to Lady Blackwell's family. I think that's probably a good one. Just be religious or refuse to elaborate. I feel like I can do that. You know, I can have a little bit more conversation with priests. Oh, you mean as in for the sermon? Yeah, that's pretty much the plan.
The dark doesn't really bother you.
The darkness is not an enemy. should you know how to respect it.
Well, I came to bring this bread. I will be staying in tonight, but I did want to at least offer something.
Do.
Your words meant a lot, and I do want to provide for the town.
Let's get this up here.
Just too many people in one place, though. I'm not a real fan
Very
of the
well.
holidays.
It's all
I will
about
make sure to note it down that you wish to donate to the church, yet the sermon may be too much, too many people. The Father thanks you.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank you.
Good day to you both, or I should say, good evening.
Good day, and good evening, of course. It's quite the surprise.
Good evening. Make sure to take care of yourself.
Well, what an unexpected one that is.
Blood for blood. What do you mean by that?
I was taken to believe she was one of the, he was one of the heathens. Is that not the case?
Maybe originally she isn't quite sure.
Oh.
And it took a little bit of talking to and shedding light. A candle lighting another.
Well, isn't that a blessed thing indeed at the end of this day? Here I was, running into nothing but trouble with a lot of them, time after time, and here you are, Brother Andrew, showing how it should be done, to be sure. Well, I do well to learn from your example. What a great thing indeed.
Sometimes the people aren't close-minded, simply ignorant. All you have to do is nudge them back onto the path.
Well, I try and reach out and be friendly where I can. That being said, I dare say Anton managed to damage things with that, possessed as he was. Dare say, how have you been approaching him?
Some are approaching who?
Oh, the heathen, so to speak, the locals, as it were.
Them, the locals, it's easy to relate to them. Just get to know their story, get to know who they are, and then be the guiding light that they need to find their own light again.
Well.
The outsiders, however, those I treat with patience, or at least as much as I can afford.
Certainly, it's taking quite a bit of patience in that. We'll be ringing the bell when it's time for service, though it's glad to see you're all eager to attend.
Indeed.
Yeah, I canceled all my plans for tonight.
Well, I hope that the Eve will treat you well then, and the Father will provide as you provide for him.
Yeah, plenty of service in to go around. Good on you, brother.
Very well then. Should we, I should go and see if I can find the good father at all, see when he wants to kick off festivities, if you're all right to remain here for the time.
That I am. I believe a couple of people are outside of town, though they may have returned.
Certainly. Well, I'll go and check
Hopefully
the
they're
gate.
close enough by.
Let you know, Andrew.
He
Unfortunately,
dropped
I think-
something. I heard it hit the floor.
So I did.
This sense of hearing is astonishing.
It really is. There we go. Well, that's a sign that Kendrick's gone.
Glad we know that at least. Did you run into a dog with a stick? I don't know. That's a good question. Wait for Kendrick to get back. I'm getting tired myself. Haven't done one of these all-night RP things for a while.
Oh, don't say that. Surely bring a smile to everyone's face.
I heard that there was some sort of party that went out into the woods a little way. Seems a little bit disturbing this late at night. I don't suppose you've seen them return at all.
Oh, surely, Stephen. Oh, it's a bunch of stupidity. That's what it is.
I dare say I don't know what good they think will come of it after recent events. But there we go. I'll quickly check the gate. I think the father's preparing service even now.
Yeah, they're a bunch of goddamn fools.
That they are. Well, doesn't look very good, does it? Not very good at all. No idea why people are so incensed to heading out at night. There's no sense in it. Little bit of light. Just the watch post. Just see. Oh, I was simply checking to see if there was anyone I could spy who was heading out at dark. Not interested in repeating their folly myself, of course. Was hoping to get them back so the father could hold his service. It's the eve of all things. Why are you heading out right now? And in times like this? No sense in it.
The DM speaking. Sorry to interrupt for a second. We are at the proplement, so if you are not using something, please put it away. Thank you.
Where did the hunters go? I thought they were around here. Did they just rush off?
I suppose it was the hunters that went out, was it? Well, I have to say I'm not too fond of that. Not on the eve of all times. Rushing off to hunts, of course it's important that they provide and all that, but they're not going to be killing anything in the dark. And there's more important things to be doing. The moon's nearly in the eye, we haven't started service yet.
Claire, you are a busy body. You always stick your head in there. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
Let's make our way through here then. Blessings of the Father on you. Well, would you look at the hunters dashing off into the night on the eve of all evenings? There's no sense in it at all. With them all going missing so frequently and all the nastiness that's happening afoot, you'd have thought people would see sense.
Unfortunately, common sense isn't exactly as common as you'd hope it to be.
Must be the air in the new world.
The one did say that she would not be attending. The other one, however, did not, so I will remember that.
I think we'll be remembering a lot of that. Quickly. I haven't seen the father about at all. Try to look around. Their reasoning was what exactly? And what are they going to be shooting right now in the pitch black?
I mean, outside of our current circumstances, they're used to hunting at the night, and the town does need meat.
What on earth are they shooting? Are wild boar around here, possessed to stride around with a candle and lantern? They'll be shooting at shadows, a waste of ammunition, if nothing else.
Worst case scenario, there are wolves.
Well, if there are wolves, they'll be better have the hunters in town in case they draw close. What? I'm not one for hunting. I've never been quite the marksman myself, but I did believe that in order to shoot things, you needed to see your target. That being said, with your sense of hearing, perhaps... Well, I thought you set traps in the day so they'd go off in the night. Is that not true?
No, you don't want them to see or smell you. You go in the night when they can't see you. You trap the populated areas and then you return in the morning.
Well, I'm sure the beasts wouldn't have minded if they headed out a little bit earlier. It is Eve of all times. It's the day that the father sacrificed his own son, and they can't stand to head out a little bit earlier.
And then maybe their sacrifice is that they're going out at night.
Well, they could well to tell us about it. I think we hear excuses like that every year. Well,
At the very least,
Not being at the church is the same as not being here. On this holy day, it will be remembered.
That it most certainly will be. I'll quickly go and check and see. I'm sure the father's just preparing his sermon.
Of course.
Oh, hey Flash, how you doing? Long time no see. Yeah, the map's great. I love it. It's a horror RP, so all sorts of spooky things might happen. Did you used to have a 5 in your name?
DM on station. What you need?
Hello, I was just setting the message that people are sort of gathering for the event, as it were, and we were waiting on Haven. I didn't know if he was up to something else. It was just letting him know.
As far as you can tell, at the moment the father is indisposed, but should be along shortly.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Cool, thank you. Father is indisposed at the moment. Think he's a little bit nervous. He'll be along shortly.
Very well. He always gets nervous for this kind of thing, even though he's been doing it for, 60 years?
It's quite endearing, I have to say. Though, talking in front of people, I always have a little bit of nerves myself, even though I know I have the father at my back. Look at that.
Humility is always good.
That it certainly is, though, I dare say.
You'll excuse me. You'll excuse me for a moment. I need to speak with Clive.
Oh, not at all. He was after the hunters a little while ago. Why is everyone so shrouded in mystery? People talking about it's going on and problems. Why can't we just enjoy a festival together? You'd have thought that with all the sort of nastiness that's been going on recently, people would be, all up in arms and ready for a time to lighten the mood a little bit. Well, here's what it is. How go things in the inn this evening? I'm sure there'll be a couple of people coming along for drinks later on to crown the celebration, as it were.
It's going good.
I'm glad to hear it.
All the food prepped.
I say, you work yourself to the bone in that kitchen. You really must take a time to get a glass of water once at a time. Look at you, you better get checked to see if there's not termites in the wood as well, spewing out sawdust and stuff. You seem to have lost your voice as frequently as the other girl who works there. Sorry, your good self who work there. There seems to be some sort of hush going around in the air.
I think it's just the way we talk.
Well, I didn't mean anything by it. Just a light bit of something to heighten the mood. Didn't mean anything by it.
No, I didn't take anything by it.
Well, all good then. See, make sure I've got my book behind the way. Let's reduce this prop quickly.
Brother, if you don't mind me asking, I don't mean to pry or anything. The other day you were muttering something about a girl left out in the cold. Was that like an old wives' tale?
Sorry, what was that? I can't quite hear you.
The other day I heard you saying something about a girl left out in the cold. I was just wondering if that's like a tale that you tell.
Oh, it was the girl who spent the night in the stocks. I don't know if you remember. They got on the bad side of the regents, and he saw fit to lock her up, as it were. I was a little bit worried about her with all of the nastiness that was going on that particular evening. Not an old wives' tale at all, just a bit of, common compassion. Anyway, I just gotta quickly put this away. Be back in a second. Hope you don't mind. Just took the time to stow that bread away somewhere safe before the termites or someone else got to it.
Oh, that is quite all right.
Here we go. Hope everything's all right. I always get slightly scared whenever the father's taking a little bit too long to do things, Makes me worried about what sort of things are afoot that his priestly eye might be having to look at.
I would not fear. Nothing could go wrong.
I'm certainly so. I dare say we're due a bit of good luck. In fact, as it happens, even today people were saying that fish were returning to the waters.
That is true. I have heard that as well. Perhaps the Father is smiling upon us, and the faith has started to resound and rebound. And thus he has blessed us with fish in the waters again.
Certainly. Lord give it, Lord take away that sort of thing. It is very peaceful out tonight, though. Well. I don't suppose you ever got to the bottom of what it was that was so horridly alluded to this morning.
Unfortunately, I have not.
It's very curious, that's for sure. Surely that these people know that speaking in riddles does nothing but make them more suspicious.
I have a couple ideas, but nothing concrete.
Care to share?
Who was it that said that?
I do not care to share. It is not my place to make assumptions.
Ah, that's fair. No sense spreading nonsense if you're not sure. You noticed all these little spider webs around the plants setting in for the autumn. Little wriggly ones crawling about the place. You could see the thin little webs across the tops.
Of them?
Aye, that's the one. I was got a bit startled earlier when I walked through a couple of them and I had a little wriggly boy right on my sleeve.
They usually don't eat much.
No, but they do give you a nasty little bite every now and then, a little bit of a nip. Got to make sure you change your bedding every now and then. Make sure it's nice and clean. More people skirling around. Good Lord.
Father, please.
Yes, it's taken a little bit, isn't it?
But it is.
Don't suppose anyone else has any sort of incidental chatter they want to bring up to spare the while.
A story, perhaps.
Ah, that'd be good.
Should anyone have one?
Seems you were met with a resounding no.
Seems like it.
I'm thinking at least.
Appears so.
I'd usually pay a little bit more attention to music rather than the stories I've heard. But I'm thinking, seeing if I can remember anything.
Certainly, perhaps something that old bard that trained you told you back in the days of yore. No pressure, of course. Dare say there won't be much longer of the eve left by the time we started. I think it's quite solidly the night.
That I would agree with. The moon will be at its apex by the time this sermon starts.
Yeah. Well, you know.
At least a little bit of time before that.
Certainly. And there's something quite serene, I think, about a service by candlelight.
A test from the Father. Patience.
Tell me, has anyone heard from the Lady Blackwell recently? I've not seen her coming and going, and I do wonder how she fares up there.
The Lord Regent...
What was that, sorry?
The Lord Regent was just up there for dinner with her, and everything seemed to be normal. At least that's what he told me.
You seem to have had a foul mood overtaking you, my young lad. Is there something that ails you?
I have a killer hankering for a nap right now. The ambiance of the area is very calming.
Right.
That is true. It is quite peaceful.
That it is.
I am fighting the inner demons of sleep right now.
Well,
Maybe stand up? That might help.
would do well not to fall asleep in the middle of the sermon.
I'm not worried about in the middle of the sermon when I have words to focus on that have mass importance. Right now, when it's small talk between people, they can either be directed at me or they could not be. Very easy to accidentally tune things out and just kind of fall into the hums of the night.
Oh, I understand well enough. Tell me, do you head back to the manor at night?
No, not. Yesterday was an exception. Usually we stay out of the woods during the night.
I was going to say, that's quite the risky escapade for...
Well. How interesting.
Well, don't... Oh, that was the one who threatened to throw me in the lake earlier.
The Father is accepting if she should wish to. you attend the sermon, I do not see a reason why to reject.
Oh, certainly, certainly. There's wisdom in that.
Though, perhaps not.
Maybe small steps.
Small steps indeed.
Should be hearing outside the walls. You know, I used to know...
Mr. Whitelock.
Ah.
Good day. Good evening.
Good.
Tell me,
Good night.
Did you hear anything of the hunters that headed off into the woods a little while ago? I wish I wasn't met with such terrible fear every time Seeples mentioned they're walking off at night. But on this, the most holy of eves, it seems a little bit out of sorts.
I did run into one of the hunters, and they seem fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It seems often as not that they come back saying that someone's been strung up or worse. Small steps, I suppose.
They know enough not to go alone. That much we can at least be sure of.
Certainly that.
That is true. That said, I did hear there were a couple more outside. Do you know anything about that? How long they might be?
I'm afraid I am uncertain. Most have returned by this hour.
Ah. Well, that's good
Very
to hear,
well.
at least.
We're still waiting for the father, unfortunately, to begin the sermon. He usually says the opening lines and explains what's going on, says his sermon, and then allows us a word or two before we continue.
Yes. Else we...
But unfortunately, we have to wait for him.
That would be the case. On this particular night, it is important that he is here.
Yes. While I'm confident we could do it ourselves, it is technically his duty to do so.
Certainly, though, if we do have any sort of, I don't know, divine inkling that we should go ahead, then I'm more than happy to do so. I'm sure you are as well.
Indeed. I do not mind waiting a little bit longer, though.
Well, we must not get ahead of ourselves. As the autumn approaches, the evening gets darker earlier, so it might not be quite as late as we think.
That is also true.
That's right. I'm at the denying time levels of cope.
Time isn't real.
Have you noticed how
Yes,
how
Sophia,
fast
what
it
is
goes when you're not paying attention to it?
Have you ever traveled outside of Blackwell or anywhere else?
Yes, I in fact come from the east. I haven't actually spent too much time in Blackwell myself, perhaps a year.
Among your travels, have you ever encountered a wolf that walks on two legs?
A wolf that walks on two legs. Well, I've encountered my fair share of vagabonds, so...
You sure it wasn't just a man in a set of particularly astonishing furs?
Oh no, brother. Don't get me mistaken.
That it was an actual wolf just on its hind legs.
I've never witnessed such a creature myself.
Oh, I see. You got an interest in tales, do you?
Well, my mother used to tell me that.
Oh.
Along the routes you can find wolves who walk on 2 feet.
Ah, those...
The roads are very treacherous. You should only ever try to leave when you're...
I think she was probably referring to bandits. And highwaymen.
Aye. That's what they say. They always wore nasty coats of fur, the barbarians. Over time, it led into strange tales about the wolfman. It's just tall tales, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The first one, it's a...
Not only that, but all you need is faith in the Father, and you will never see one of those. Should a wolf that walk on its hind legs exist?
The second is
It strikes me that if a wolf walked on its hind legs, it'd probably be a damn sight less dangerous. Down there on
Would be
all
a little bit
fours.
more funny.
Yeah, you could knock it over. Just give it a light brush on the side.
Ah, there's the father.
Ah, there he is.
Good evening, father.
For my lateness, I'm not as nimble in preparation as I used to be.
Ah, we all know you have your nerves.
Yes, it is. Welcome all in this merry eve of ours. Thank you all for coming. I see many of you have brought offerings over to the Father on this day of giving. Wonderful. Please, come. Let us enter the chapel.
Miss Claire.
Andrew. Mind time for the congregating?
Sir.
Just in.
We should ring the bell for any last minutes, Father.
Made sure it's your favorite tart, by the way.
Deeply appreciated, yes.
Hey, Brother Andrew. Mr. Swoll.
Sean will go up and place what looks like a scepter. At the end of it is basically the proper symbol of the faith. 7-point star with the 2 triangles in the middle.
I need to start lifting.
Wondrous. A fine work of art. Thank you.
Excuse me, dear.
Of course,
I ran out of time to make anything today. I hope a small donation to the church itself is enough to appease.
Anything you provide.
Damn.
It is an act of offering, self-sacrifice to the Father to show that you are thankful and gracious.
That's about half of what I have.
Don't worry about it.
A fine offering indeed.
A lot of comments, bucko.
Good eve night, brother.
Exactly. Well, I told you
It's not much. It's leftover
Cedric, you're gonna keep fumbling with your damn coin.
with the symbol on it.
My God, Jeremy's eyes don't glow. Is he quite well?
Something.
I'm not even moving my coin, if you'll notice it from the front of the church.
Remember, the importance is the sacrifice that you give to the Father who watches and is grateful.
Because of this exact moment.
Yeah.
I do love the sound of money, though.
The Father watches.
It's not a horrible sound, I won't.
Thank you.
Oh, I like other sounds better.
Oh, Lord.
Sean, dear, do you mind grabbing my candle? I have no idea why, but it...
A small donation for the church. Please.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. It's kind of
Not
dark.
me.
Yes, it is extremely dark in here.
Thank you.
Of course.
Let's our tithing pay for a new chandelier.
The ceremony will be starting shortly.
Please, all do take a seat. Make yourselves comfortable for tonight's ceremony.
It's so dark it can't even illuminate my sin.
What was that?
I can hold it for the time being. Or if you got it.
That would be wonderful, you know, you just hold on to that.
I got it.
Good eve's night, Father.
Good
I
eve's
hope
night to you
my
as well.
tithing is acceptable.
Absolutely. The Father looks graciously upon those who recognize what they have. That is, which is important to them, are willing to sever
It's not up my
themselves from
ass.
it.
Okay, good.
You are invited to make your offering upon the altar before the service begins.
Just so you know, Father, my offering will be a performance of one of my favorite songs.
Wonderful.
Without requesting any money, and also in
Sorry, I seem to have stepped in a little bit of pine
bearing
sap on the
through
way.
incredible pain
I didn't know
because of my injury.
I understand.
Oh, I can tell
Your
you
talents
all
are
the time
important
my
to
gift,
you.
I took a bath.
Thus, offering them up, the Father recognizes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I went to the waterfall. Yeah.
A fine, pure piece of quartz.
Happening from this side of the room.
It's lovely. Thank you very much for bringing it.
Yeah, I don't smell like
Just
shit
tell me when you
today.
wish to.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Of course.
Please now, if we could keep the language a little bit milder on this day of all days.
I'm sorry, Steve.
It's quite alright, it's quite alright. Just let's try and make an occasion of it.
Thank you. You can blame my father and the way he... Never mind, I won't say that.
I will not blame the father for anything on this day.
No, you can blame my father, not our
If you
father.
wish to speak to me later, feel free to find me.
If you've just arrived, people have been invited to put their offerings upon the altar before the service starts.
Yeah.
Evening, Miss Bailon.
Well, come on in. Your offerings to the Father are much appreciated. I know so many of you come in here and have concerns with the idea of offering so little. But it matters not to heed, for wealth is not valued and not measured in size alone, but personal belonging. There's a tale in the good book of many noblemen and those with excessive wealth making their way to the Father's church and offering up tithes, great amounts of coin or personal wealth, showcasing all that they've done in their life and the grand blessing of wealth that the Father has bestowed upon them. But then one meager man walks in.
I'm simply offering.
And he plops in a single coin, just one, and many of those around him, the noblemen and the others, scoffed at his low and meager offering. But then the leader of the congregation pointed at the man and says, out of everyone here, he gave the most, and the Father recognizes that in its entirety. And all the brothers, they asked, whatever do you mean? Nobles come in and pour golds all over the tables, and he offers a single coin. How that could be worth more was beyond them. The less you have, the less you have to offer. And the smaller the offering, the greater it is to oneself. The Father sacrificed his Son to lead us to salvation, to give us persistence, and to give us a chance and a meaning greater than ourselves. It was not a mountain of gold. It was not all the wealth one could offer. It was what mattered to him the most, the blood of his Son. And so we give back to give thanks. And he watches. And he is grateful, for we are grateful for him. And that is what today is about. It is a day of gifting, not just to him, to our Father, but to each other, recognizing that we are thankful for the life that he has given us, the world that we may prosper in, following his guidance under his name. And then to each other, those who we love, those who we cherish, to let them know that they are not alone in these struggles that we endure, that we can endure the love that our Father has for us as we have for each other, for it is his will and he sees it so. Brothers, do any of you care to speak before we follow through with the rest of the ceremony?
I can do so. As the Father has said, the
Please, take the pedestal.
Father above. Ah, very well.
Be careful now there, Andrew. I'll just make sure it's steady for you.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
As Father Stephen has said, the Father above notices most of those who give what they can, those that give what matters most to them. And, as the Father has said before, he opened up his own Son on the altar, spilling his blood, gazing out long across the vastness of humanity, how far it reached out into the horizons. And the witnesses bore bear to it as the sun faded away. Who might the witnesses be? All of you. All of us. We are the witnesses. We witness the Father's acts as we offer what we can. While we may not be able to offer the same as He, we can still do our best in shedding the light with each other. Never forget that while some of your compatriots' candle, their light may flicker and fade, yours can always light theirs as well. Blood for blood. And I thank you for listening.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
And if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to say a few words myself, though I hope you don't mind me keeping you a little while longer. Oh, the step up here is a little bit... There we go. I think...
Tad wobbly, I know.
Certainly it is, Well, thank you for all coming here today. I have to say it really does me a pleasure, a great pleasure to see you all. So many bright faces here, celebrating in the spirit of offering and of sacrifice this evening. It's at times like this I think it's important to sort of remember that life is, for a great many of us, a circle of offering, of one of the most sacred things there is, which is the work freely given, in the hope that other good men of the faith will do unto you what service you have done to them in your time of need. When we come into this life, we are of a great burden to our parents. I'm sure a great many of you have had a rocky relationship with your mother or father before. And now, as some of us get on in age and we've had children of our own, we know that now our parents' toils are what we now repeat for our own children. Coming to the new world was a bit of a, how shall I say, a bit of a closure of a book for me. When the Father's light was spread to my homeland, well, let's just say, much the same as we've had some fictitious relationships here, not all looked super kindly on being told that their ways were wrong or being shown the light of others. Well, coming here and trying to do what those missionaries did for my land to the people here, and seeing the community that we've built here, well, it just shows me that there is truth in it. In this cycle of offering, in this repetition of the Father's gifts of sacrifice, there is something of true beauty which we can all prosper from. That was all. Blood for blood. Thank you again for coming.
Blood for blood.
And as they're saying, the greeting, the goodbyes, the offerings, it all goes blood for blood indeed. We follow through with the end of our ceremony, the giving from you all, with our common ritual. As the Father offered the Son of his blood, the blood of his Son, we offer ours to him willingly. Blood willingly given. And into this chalice here, we ask that his humble servants and loyal believers offer some of theirs up in thanks. Would anyone like to offer to our Father?
The faithful are among us to take part in this blessed communion.
That they are, that they are. Please, step up, step up. I am glad that so many of you are so eager to partake, as our Father recognizes all of it, but we will only need one for tonight. In that case, Jeremy, I believe you stood first, but you will all be blessed with said blood as well, so fret not. Please, if you would.
The Father notices your eagerness.
a chalice with which to collect, and a blade with which to provide. Brothers, I hand to you the chalice. And to you the blade.
Be kindly, Father. Jerome?
We thank you for your offering, willingly provided to the Father.
I feel it only necessary, especially with the times to come.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
Yeah, blood for blood. Holy shit.
Oh, well.
Thank you.
Let's get you tied up. I've got some bandages back here. A little bit of cloth for you to do.
Please do.
Come here, Jerome.
To finish us off tonight.
Let's quickly wash that off a little bit, spread it out.
Please, line up.
Oh, that'll be right as rain in no time, don't you worry. Blessed be.
You first.
Blessed be.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
One at a time, please.
If you try to do that to her, she's going to not have a good time.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood. Would you prefer I play now while we go through this?
Of course, yes, yes, please, please.
You're gonna have to play along with me, alright?
Nina, listen.
Blood for blood.
We get a song and a blessing.
Blood for blood.
Very hollows.
I'm getting a wee bit of a dizzy spell. Do you mind walking me outside? Maybe need some fresh air.
Yeah,
Blood
sure.
for blood.
I am looking forward to your performance, Mr. Thorne.
I do hope that this performance does help
Come on, dear.
alleviate some stress that you all might have.
There's been stressful times indeed. Blood for blood.
Blood for blood, Father.
Blessed be.
Blood for blood, brother.
Blood for blood, Father.
After we're done here, I have something for you, by the way.
A strong offering, Jerome.
Blood for blood.
Good fortune on you.
I guess some of us are used to being covered in blood more than others.
Excuse me.
Blood for blood.
Blood for blood. You haven't gotten in line to be christened.
It looks good.
Blood for blood. Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
It itches.
Blood for blood.
At least it ain't pig blood.
Blood for blood, friend. May you rest well tonight.
I bathed today. It's good.
Small blessings indeed.
Blood for blood. And
Ooh, noise activation
the little
threshold.
boy.
Pulls out a small wooden carving in the shape of the church's sigil.
Mary Eve, to you.
Pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to you. At the very top, you see a handwriting of Cedric's name in your handwriting, and below it, from a much younger Cedric who is learning to write. turn it over. And it's just covered in the name Cedric. At the top, it's really bad, and as it gets lower, it gets better and better until it's his current handwriting. Thank
this
you.
is truly a wonderful gift. Thank you. Thank you. Blood for blood,
Hold it up
friend.
piece of paper.
Blood for blood.
As you asked for, Regent. To the best of my ability.
Glad you were able to make it, friend.
I'm gonna escort some people out.
Oh no.
Blood for blood.
I had at one point tried to cope with the loss of my wife. And I'd carve. It's not the best, but tried to make her a symbol. Very same. First one that you erected here in town. Blood for blood, father.
Blood for blood, friend. Thank you. I hope you are well.
What a merry eve service this has been.
And a blessed eve to you all. It's been a while since I've been in a services.
Mr. Thorne's dedication through the pain in their shoulder.
Story of old, with the rich men in the city.
I'm glad you were able to be here to partake.
As am I. I can't remember the last time that someone has sacrificed a performance to the altar on the eve. It's quite new to me.
Some of the traditions, I believe, are best well kept.
Yes, how can I help you?
Mr. Thorne has taken an injury to his shoulder. I'm sure it's hurting him quite keenly playing right now.
You missed the ceremony, but offerings are still...
Sacrifice indeed.
But the day is not yet over.
Brother Andrew.
A marvelous performance.
Very well done. I'm sure you'll need a rest after that one.
Thank you. The father has noticed this, and it will be put to good use.
Thank you.
Blood for blood. If you would like to come inside and get christened.
It's, I dare say you need an ale in you after that one.
Perhaps after I still have quite a bit of things I need to actually finish up.
Brother Andrew.
A bit of a mess, actually.
I hate to intrude, but our dear friend here reminded me some traditions old are best kept. Between the brothers, there's one last tradition we could uphold on this merry night.
True. My apologies. I was getting
They
ahead of
used
myself.
to toss the cup, very similar to how one is tossed a bouquet of flowers at the end of the wedding, and may he who catches it be blessed by
Oh,
the
good
Father
Lord,
forever.
you still do that here.
I do remember. This is my favorite part of the...
Both of you,
I've
both of you,
forgotten.
both of you.
Of course.
Come back. Go.
If you could take this so as to not get it bloody.
Certainly, I'll just go to one side.
I guess you will take it. Never mind.
I was...
Oh, they both know you, but the both of you are playing.
I was putting this on the side. I do apologize.
Would you care to join them, perhaps? Very well.
I misunderstood something.
Ah, yes, it's whosoever catches the chalice once it is tossed back should be blessed by the Father for the rest of his life. Not at least the rest of the year.
We are ready.
The two of you? Leo, you are the one who catches it. The Father reaches and flings the chalice back over his head. And some of the residue, the blood on the inside, accidentally splatters against you, Arvis.
Well, I feel like that's a...
Very good catch.
No small... I feel cruel to rob it from a blind man, if I must be said. I'm sure this belongs to both of us.
Here is your year, friend.
I hope so. I hope so indeed.
It is in fact your year. I'll get you next year. How about that?
Certainly. We'll see if we can take turns. Need to clean the robes. We best clean things up, I suppose.
Blessed eve.
A blessed eve indeed.
I have some things I need to get to, unfortunately, or I would help.
No worries.
Begins.
I'll make sure these are all sequestered away. Ooh. There we go.
One last offering.
It's reached that stage of the night where I'm losing my accent again. Get off my hand, please. Thank you. Does have some Outlaws 2 vibes, doesn't it?
I know of has a gift to do my job, a gift to purge the heretics, to cleanse the unclean. And yet, I betray you with it. It is time to step out of the shadows and teach them. Blood for blood.
Blood for blood. Well, let's get this on.
So, you guys track since I didn't actually model it. He took his blindfold off and put it on the altar.
Oh.
Calls of those who've been falling out of faith, and those who have been invited in.
I'm really floundering tonight.
I intend to get a drink over in the tavern, and perhaps you'd like
Just wanted to make sure this was all cleaned up.
I just have some people to obviously.
Camper's an absolute madman again. Just making sure that we don't have props all over the place, that's all. Doing my part. Let's get on with it.
See you then, sir.
Let me keep you.
Come on. Drink
Oh,
something.
for the women? Oh, yeah, drink.
I don't suppose you saw where Brother Andrew got to.
We could get shot off of their belly.
I cannot say I do.
He's probably making merry with the rest of them.
I'd have to see if they have anything left in the tavern to eat.
We really need to get some.
I'll be coming by the tavern shortly.
Of course, yeah.
Because, I need to make a quick stop beforehand.
I understand. It's no good to get cold out here. Come on. There's merriment to be made and husbands to be found.
It's quite comfortable, actually.
Oh, nonsense.
I just need to.
I know. I'm just saying, I can service about 5 more drinks, but then I need to replenish tomorrow.
All right.
Just the stew for me, you know.
Understood.
Drink for soda.
Here you go. Well done, Jerome. I dare say that was ample sacrifice indeed. Very brave as well. I hope the hand doesn't smart too much.
Are you going for strong or are you going for...
It's not as deep as it seems.
The strongest I have is for 9 coin.
as long as it helps the communion stay safe in these troubling and
That it
quite
does.
strange
That it
times
does.
we live in.
You'll notice Stephen is splattered with blood.
Yeah, you've got something on your
Ah, yes. It's the old ritual. I need to clean it off. Not to worry.
Right.
It seems today this year to be my lucky year.
Oh.
Ah, yes.
So
I
it would.
caught the chalice. It was well. I shan't keep you from it then. Did you manage to give that gift to that special someone of yours?
I'm currently waiting for an opportunity.
Ah, I see. Well, make sure you get some food in you with the blood you've lost. Don't want it to be passing out before you get your golden moment.
Certainly will.
Well, marvelous stuff. Tell me, do you notice that those two ladies outside, the tailor and the taller woman, they seem to spend a lot of time together?
Yes, they're great friends, I see.
Been encouraging them to come inside and see if they can find themselves husbands. Look at that number of strapping lads at the counter as even as we talk. Well, here's what it is. Well, I shan't keep you any longer.
Take care, brother.
Take care, Jerome.
Especially with apparently being stabbed in the shoulder, if I heard correctly.
Yep, that certainly.
Well, that looks like a toast if ever I've seen one.
Absolutely, Stephen. It's well earned.
That it is. Can't say that bath must have been hard on you.
Have to give a good gift or leave.
That you do. Did you hear anything of any sort of commotion or anything? The regent said he had to escort a couple of people out of town.
Oh, yeah, I think, what's her name? The one who gets around here. Miss, what's her name? The worker girl.
Ah.
Not her over there. She had overheard something of the regent that was a bit foul, so she had run off from hearing it. Yeah.
I see, right.
She wasn't supposed to hear it, then she ran into the swamp.
Ah, I'm sure that'll... Did she run into the swamp?
Good shit, isn't it?
As far as I know, she ain't come back, and Miss Brent is still out there.
Well, this is supposed to be her first eve. She was coming to me earlier today asking me what she would make as a sacrifice.
Right. Well...
Oh, that's most sad indeed.
I won't assume anything that happened yet.
Aye.
So I'll just have to hope.
Aye, I'll
You heading out?
I'll have to sit on this one for a while.
No, I'll be fine.
I need to get out of these robes. Too much blood.
Service.
Yes, thank you for the fine drink.
Of course.
There we go. Yeah.
What's the matter? She's been very kind to me. That's the only reason why.
Be careful of ones whose speech is always pleasant, for they can never be trusted. A true friend speaks from the heart.
Oh, God. Nobody is thirsty after all that blood, Leslie. Well, let's have a look. No sense being around. All this off here. Get that back on. Yeah. Oh, right as rain. Brother? Sorry, I needed to get out of the robe.
That is good. It's well on your way to paying off your dues in,
Right.
Well, 4 days, I believe it is.
Oh, I do apologize. I don't mean to interrupt.
I should have the money for at least myself by then.
I have to say, has anyone seen the working girl? The one with the, odd-coloured eyes? Tonight was to be her first, eve.
We don't have to worry. Most likely she probably stayed asleep over in my abode. That's where she's been staying.
I had heard that the regent had seen her off into the swamp.
Might I suggest taking up some hunting jobs on that note?
I wouldn't start spreading that around.
I
don't
understand.
know what foul and sour things people will start thinking.
Ah, yes, I just wanted to make sure she was all right. She seemed so eager to attend the service. It's just a shame that not to have seen her.
Aye. It is quite the shame indeed.
For some reason. It's weird.
Well. Off in the swamp at this time.
It was a wonderful night tonight. It's been very muggy since I got here, but it's a lot clearer today.
Why?
Must be the blessing of the Father, eh, brother?
Aye, that it must be. It's been a clear day and a fine night. Not too cool for this time of the year either. I dare say he looks down fondly upon us all.
Check on him.
I would say so.
Make sure he's okay. Aye.
Huh.
It does feel uncharacteristically warm, though.
Aye, that it does. I don't suppose you've, I don't suppose you mind stepping a little bit closer over into the light over there.
Yes.
Staying around this area at night reminds me of Anton. I remember seeing him sneaking around there.
Where did the Father just go?
I think
he's gone to see the Father in the sky.
I think so as well. I'll just pretend that didn't happen.
I think that's probably the best policy, aye.
The blessings of the Father smile down upon us.
Aye, that they most certainly do.
I wonder if I could talk to you about seeing something for the pain.
Aye.
Greetings, Hunter.
Greetings indeed. How fares the guild?
Well, 2 of the 3 members seem very close to paying their dues on time. I thought you said the piratey-looking one was near the entrance. I haven't seen her yet.
It must have been my imagination. My apologies.
What is the matter with that girl? I remember just the other day I never really spoke to her about it. The nasty business over at the camp. I don't know if you remember.
We've talked about it a bit. It seems that she just wasn't sure of the situation and she was trying to de-escalate it.
Well, I'm
I
glad
can
to
see
hear
how,
it.
from her standpoint.
Aye, I understand.
Why does it feel more chilling out in the light than it did in the night?
Aye, that it does. Maybe the Father's way of telling us that we'd be better suited in the fine company of our comrades in the tavern. Still, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, they ran out of fine booze.
I didn't want to
Drinks
ask.
all gone.
Do any of you know anything about the working girl? The one with the odd-colored eyes?
I know that she,
I can't say that I have.
She's lived here quite some time, I believe, all of her life.
She's
been a very, constant figure.
Well, she was coming up to me earlier this day asking, to attend the service. She wanted guidance on what to offer. It was just sad not to see her, that was all.
Must be a wind blowing through here or something.
Aye, there's definitely something. But not to worry. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I just wanted to ask if you'd seen her at all, that was all. I was just sad not to see her. Thank you again, both.
Aye. I'm going to be a bit time when you'll be.
There's something going on, that's for sure. I don't think we're supposed to react to the musical stings, like, explicitly.
Oh, there's a little bit more light. That sounds wonderful.
Seems to be a chill air abroad, doesn't it?
Hi.
As if the night has woken up and remembered it's supposed to be chill. Well, the cold is simply the Father's way of telling us to enjoy the warmth of indoors with good company. Oh, I do apologise.
It's all right. My fault.
Oh, what'd you make him? Oh, no,
Well,
this one. Over here. Over here.
I don't want to really give anything away because my family's always done gifts in private. But it was originally supposed to be something a bit more ornate, but I ended up
Sophia,
having to
you're
settle
a
something
gift
simple.
for sore eyes.
Screwed up on the complexity of it.
Thank you.
Wasn't able to make it what I want, so I went with something a bit simpler.
Listen, sometimes simple's best. It's the attempt that counts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Indeed.
In the morning, I'll be able to get to the tanner, ask him to whip it up in terms of getting it all set up. If there's anything left,
Brother Andrew is a better...
I can order up another pair of pelts. I could probably...
Brother Andrew is a better missionary than yourself, Stephen. You best not question it.
Understood.
Anything I can get for you?
Good to see you. Oh, I do apologise.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely fine.
Feeling very on edge all of a sudden. Not sure what to make of it. Did you, see what... No, I shouldn't inquire. I don't suppose you've got anything to drink at all? I noticed you were running low not too while ago, so I didn't want to inquire.
We have 2 drinks left.
Then I wouldn't steal them from your needing patrons.
No one's ordering anything but water at the moment for good reason, so if you feel like having a drink for a mug, I'm replenishing tomorrow anyways.
Oh, they're drinking water for a reason? What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Because the well went dry, everybody's gonna have to make a march to get the water. It's good for travel.
I was just simply walking to the stream and took a bucket aside earlier. In that case, I'll have a drink then, why not? I feel like I might need it.
Ale or wine?
Ale will do me quite well, thank you.
That means we're going to have to take a run to the lake every time to get water.
And we'll either have to dig the well a bit deeper,
Yes.
or we'll have to hope for one hell of a rain.
I just have a feeling that I need to be paying attention to more things, that's all.
What do you pay attention to, Stephen?
Oh, well... Brother Andrew's a better missionary than I am. But I worry I'm left out of the loop sometimes. Oop.
Well, there's no better or worse missionary, isn't it?
Well, just now I saw him leave with the lady who threatened to throw me in a lake earlier today for offering to help her.
Well, that's a bit peculiar.
Aye.
You might have left it outside.
Why in
I'm sure
heavens
that they're just trying to
you want to throw
discuss
you in a
and
lake?
sort out whatever issue there could be.
There was the markings on the pier this morning.
You two have a good night now.
And the ones at the front of the place, I saw them going to it. I've noticed that every day the heathens come through our town and walk towards the lumberyard. Brother Andrew said that the marking that was on our doors was something in their old language. So I thought I'd go up and ask him about it. I said, listen, we know this is, one of your things. We don't know what it's about.
Yeah.
It's going to get people a little bit upset, you know. We're dealing with sort of heathen idolatry and stuff like that. So I was like, well, why don't you tell me a bit about it? And, you know, you say it wasn't you. Well, if you help us figure out who it is, then we're not going to suspect everyone, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, a community is quickly tarred with the same brush. As soon as one of you does something, then we all start blaming you for it, unless, you know, we work together, as it were. I wanted to speak to them, you know, see if we could, you know, we could figure this vandalism problem out together. She got right up in my face. I thought she was going to stab me. She kept leaning down and going to her side.
From the word of it, it's not just us that's having difficulties in our settlements. That being the case, everybody trying to struggle in, I think everybody's tensions are too high to actually have a reasonable conversation anymore.
I fear you may be right.
I still talk to people the same.
And you're a good man for it. Some people are getting more agitated by the minute sometimes.
Because they're goddamn fools. Pardon, it's the...
I understand.
I mean, what condemns these darn people to keep going to that swamp? We already lost Lucas.
I have no idea. It's,
And we almost lost Sean. Like, come on.
I don't understand who it is who's heading out at night.
To check it, but at night is simply too dangerous.
And they never learn, Alex. They don't. They don't learn.
Makes me think there might be something else to it.
The wise man who learns from others' mistakes, right? Like,
yeah, that's damn right. You know, everyone has...
Wising up.
Well, you've seen it as often as you like. You see someone stab their hand in the fire, they burn themselves, and the next child comes along, puts their hand right in it because they think they're, they think they're the father. Think they're immune to heat's touch. It just is the way that it goes. Man, this is...
Is the father immune to the fire? Is that a thing?
I believe not Father Stephen, as in the Holy Father, as in the God up above.
Oh.
Yes, and he is, I'm sure, most. He is the light in all of our lives. I'm sure he's quite a radiant person. It would be in a bit of trouble if he wasn't, so resilient.
My wife had a saying.
Yeah.
Trust in thy Lord, but be wary of man.
And I say that's a sound bit of advice, if ever I've heard one.
What about a good woman? Should take a look at her twice, huh?
Yes, well. She was a looker.
I don't know what to think of it. Have any of you seen...
Give it a night's rest.
You're right. I'm probably just dwelling over long. Time for reflection is Eve. Time to you look back and think about a lot of things. Well, I thank you very much for your company, both. I've got some thinking to do, I think. Might wander off into a swamp.
Oh, please don't fucking do that. Jeez.
No, not to worry.
Heart attack, Steven. I don't even know if I'm gonna sleep.
Everybody's going to the swamp but us.
You know, back in my homeland, they had a tale, Will-o'-the-Wisp, of spirits and lights that enticed people, took them out into the moors and bogs where they'd drown. Maybe there's something to it with people thinking about all these lights, eyes and stuff that they've been talking about. It's all heathen nonsense.
Maybe.
All heathen nonsense.
Right.
Point in chasing after them. Feigned bravery will only lead to death here.
Oh, is everything all right? I get very nervous every time I see everybody gathered out the front here. It's a sure sign something's happened.
Apparently, 2 people have gone missing.
Oh.
The father slapped the weird lady in the hood.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Part of that. Not the first part. The second half. She needed it. I mean,
Yes, of course. We're so glad to hear because she thinks differently than us that we committed violence on the eve.
No, I because she threatened me earlier and was making no effort whatsoever to extend it, to reciprocate our generosity. She probably threatened him as well.
It doesn't mean that we stoop to their level.
We are not steeping to their level. They are evens.
No.
If they're coming into our town and antagonizing people, then it is our duty and right to defend ourselves.
Yes.
Alright, making sure.
Hmm.
I have to have a talk with Buxton for a moment.
Is everything all right?
It's fine, just...
Do you mind waiting for me?
It'll just be a minute.
I'll be right here.
I'll be right out.
Everybody. More people going missing in the swamp. What is it that possesses people? I not understand it.
I wish I could tell you. That woman. I don't know how to feel about her.
Which woman?
One in black. The one who speaks in riddles.
The one who threatened me earlier and said she'd toss me in a lake because I offered to, work with her to see if we could get to the bottom of this vandalism thing. I'm not exactly a big fan of her either.
I don't like the way she's been whispering in Claire's ear.
What Claire said earlier bothers me. I fear she might be being led astray.
Be strong. She knows a liar when she sees one.
I hope so. Father, I hear that you've had some altercation. Are you all right?
Do you believe her lies too?
What?
No, I don't, Father. But I also don't condone hitting a woman.
She's a witch. That's what she is. And that's what she's brought to this town.
Which, Father? I had my suspicions, but... Of course. Look after
For
Claire.
what it's worth, she claims to not know anything about the... Well, she claims to not have done the blood
The
drawing.
devil is the king of lies.
Indeed. But she did know about them.
That she did. She knew what they meant as well, though she wouldn't tell me.
Didn't she?
And father, brother, I must say something. Perhaps in the light.
Of course.
I claim not clairvoyance or any sort of connection to all things spiritual. Normally my faith is just faith. But before the revelation that two of our townsmen have gone missing, I had a terrible feeling. And then I saw her, so... Either one thing is the other, or they're completely unrelated.
It's probably...
I think you might be onto something.
The Father's guidance warning you to steer clear, and well received it is by the sound of it.
Yeah, the Father's influence is strongest on the night of the eve, isn't it?
Have you seen Brother Andrew around?
He left with her a while ago from the tavern. I sought not to follow him. He's had better experience with the, in his missionary work than I have. I didn't want to interfere. But he walked out with them from the tavern, not 10-20 minutes haste. Last I heard, well, that was until I heard that you'd had your altercation with the woman.
Would you like to lend your ear in private?
Of course, Father. You are clearly in need of counsel in this night of all nights.
And Father, before you go, if you find yourself in need of the blade of man, you know where to turn.
Thank you.
Time goes on, I'm convinced that should have been our first recourse.
Try to be open in arms.
When I spoke to that woman earlier, the one with the eye patch, the hunter was with him. She came to give offering earlier. I saw it as a ray of light that Brother Andrew had succeeded where I had failed at getting through to these people. It seems that some eggs are tougher to crack than others, even for him.
You're right.
I'm fine. Yes. I'm just waiting for Brother Andrew, actually. We usually take an evening walk. He told me to wait for you. Are you alright?
There's been an incident. Witch. The witch is overstepping her bounds. That little that she has.
Perhaps we can use your abode.
Of course, Father. It distresses me so to see a man as devout as you as set aside as this.
It takes a lot to upset this old man, for I have seen much in my time.
The door is open after you. Well, I hope this offers you some comfort at least. Can I get you anything? Perhaps you'd like to sit down.
Perhaps you should listen, and listen well. I thought long and hard about these people who are here with us in our town and the influence that they bring, but the influence that they are under as well. Now, maybe some of them are benign, maybe some of them can be shown the Father's ways, but time and time again I've seen incursions and interactions with this woman in dark. She's shrouded in it, and surely you can see it too.
I bet I can. Where is the Father's light?
She's at the center of it all. She is at the center of it all. She must be. She simply has to be. These things do not occur until she started bringing her darkness into this town. She speaks in riddles and hides so much, and I assure you, I guarantee you, she's using it against the town, having private conversations in the Regent's building with Arvis himself. Her corruption is spreading, and the Father sees it. Markings on the doors, and some of them welcome them. She's a witch. She must be dealt with like a witch.
She must. The Regent is a devout man. Do you think he has been hearing the witch's ear? The influence that she has?
I think the devil is whispering in his ear, and as wise as he is, he's been unable to push it away.
I heard this evening.
I think he listens.
Earlier this day, the working girl, the one with the odd-colored eyes, came to me by the water. She said to me that she wanted guidance, that this would be her first eve. She wanted advice on what to give as a gift. Claire was looking after her. This evening I hear that apparently she got on the bad side of the region and was sent to the swamps. When I asked Claire about it, she closed her eyes and... Aye, the swamps. Just now I was having a conversation with the two of them. They believe that the witch has Claire's ear. I do not know what sacrifice our flock have been put to in those swamps, but it is clear that this witch has some devilry afoot there. It was not lost on me that the fish were first seen near this sign. She commands and influences the Father's creatures with her wicked designs. It would be foolish for us to not think she has such machinations for the minds of man as well.
She's directing her darkness against this town and the people in it. This I am sure of. And yet they cling to faith, but the wrong kind of faith, that people are good. These people are good, but they are not good, for they are evil. And there's only one thing they seek after, and that is to spread that darkness. And I cannot, on good faith, let that happen. Brother.
Did you hear that? Knocking at the door.
It is.
Of course. Hello? Who is it who's calling this night? Ah, Brother Andrew. Most glad to see you.
I have been called for?
That you have indeed. Please come in. The father is quite out of sorts. Please, do come.
Very well.
I'll hold the door for you. It's Brother Andrew.
Father?
Brother Andrew, I'm glad you are here. Come, we were just discussing. I heard you went off with the witch, her merry band. What did you find?
The witch disappeared. I'm unsure of where she went. However, we were in a meeting with the Bailey. Well, I left her. I don't actually know where she went. Not that she disappeared in on herself.
Meeting in the Bailey, and she was speaking with the regent, no less, yes?
No, it was her brother and the big, burly, ugly one. We were talking about her brother attacking her, and the brother claims to have blacked out. He doesn't remember attacking her in the slightest.
This is the second time.
A bullet through his head.
This is the second time I have heard of someone blacking out.
Not only that, but as the "it happened again" thing, it turns out that he was referring to Miss Mackenzie, the tavern wench, and himself blacking out at the nighttime and painting symbols with blood on objects.
Controls their minds.
About it.
So it was them.
Potentially. I spoke to him about the symbol's meaning. Apparently this Y symbol that is on a bunch of things is supposedly a protection ward to keep things out. The B that was found on Miss Mackenzie's door stands for "of the mother," pretty much. Basically, someone who has the gift of the mother. As he put it, eyes similar to that of the tavern wench. I haven't seen a good look at her eyes, so I'm not quite sure what that means. But
odd colors.
Heterochromic hair. I see.
She had different colored eyes.
But also hair as well. And this V-shaped symbol with these snake heads coming off the top is a symbol for their god of death. The symbol has been found in two places in the town of Blackwell. One in the tavern, carved by the merchant. The other one is on a statue in Manor Blackwell.
This is dire. This is dire indeed. How long has this witch been spreading her influence?
Not only that,
too long.
It gets worse. When Mr. Harcourt went to the manor, the thing was there. It took on the image of a small child, and Miss Blackwell portrayed it as one of her own.
What is the thing?
The thing? What thing?
There is a being, pure shadow, of what's been described to me. It's only a darkened outline and sometimes has white glowing eyes. Arvis only sees it as a woman until he was in Manor Blackwell, then he saw it as the child. It's also been seen as a long, lanky figure in the
think I've seen it. It's what Anton was chasing that night. Figure shrouded in black, long and lanky.
Not only that, but apparently Lady Blackwell did not eat a single piece of food during the entire time. And afterwards, they took the body of the merchant that I had killed and brought it into the kitchen.
What?
Why the kitchen, I do not know.
You killed the merchant?
The father demanded it. He was a sinner.
Well, he was
unredeemable.
Carving the mark of some heathen god into the table. You must have done the right.
But it was the right thing to do. However, that is not all. Now I'm trying to remember, because I just forgot.
It's been a chilling tale so far.
The child, the symbol, the body. Oh, that's right. Apparently Lady Blackwell told Mr. Harcourt that she is upset that the town has not had any children lately. Or as long as she can remember, the town has not seen its own childbirth, and she wishes to change that. And if Arvis himself cannot change that, then he will be executed.
What?
Why now, of all things?
Surely there was a misconstruement there. I can understand.
Childbirth.
Listen, I can understand wanting your own town, your work of passion to prosper. That I believe to be within reason. Naturally, if you want your town to thrive and survive, there should be children. There should be life. There should be progress.
She lost her own son.
She did lose her own son.
Pointed out to me, it might just be happenstance, but this being was a child. Not only that, but the Blackwell family, the Lord Blackwell and his son, they both died of the devil's fever. Apparently Mr. Harcourt's wife has died of the devil fever as well.
She did.
Those are the two forms this thing takes.
Witch has got into Lady Blackwell's mind, promised her a child of darkness. And now they all do the witch's bidding.
She's gone so far as to infiltrate the manor and the good lady. She has to have.
I have spoken with Arvis Harcourt. We plan to go to the manor, I think it is tomorrow night, and investigate. He said the rooms themselves seemed oppressive. Some of them darker, pitch black, darker than they should have been.
Servants seem wrong. One of them has me getting any sleep. The other had terrible things to say. Wouldn't tell anything of Lady Blackwell or her manners.
You must. I know you've worked closely with Arvis. You must have seen, just as much as anyone else, how shaken he's become as of late. I fear our God-fearing regent may be growing unstable.
I have no doubt about that. However, I want to confirm his words with my own eyes. I have not seen this being myself when others have. Multiple people at a time. Most I consider to be sane people, and yet I wonder why, out of all of the church, none of us have seen it.
It is because We have the Father's blessing. He watches, he sees the
Aye.
work we put in under his name and how we try to keep this town aligned
That's
under
right.
his name. And then a witch comes walking in here, spreading her words, her darkness, and these start to happen.
But wait, Father. They are scared of this thing. Whatever this being of shadow is, it haunts them too. Either it's
And
a
as this
demon they
witch
created and have
expressed a
lost
fear in
control.
it?
She has.
Remember, the devil is the king of lies. He is cunning.
I have, and I do remember that, but it crosses my mind that perhaps this being is the Father's hand, his retribution against those that would do ill.
You have the Regent's ears often, Brother Andrew. Earlier in the church you prayed of sin. This is the second time I've heard you hear of such. I want to believe the best in you, but what is your sin? This evening I learned that you see. I must confess that is no surprise to me. I also learned that you have been not as you seem. Once again, this is a shock, but not unprecedented.
It is about time you learned. I am a heretic hunter for the Church of the Offered Sun. I have been grown up, taught the ways, and taught how to kill.
Then we are blessed indeed.
Infiltrate the vagabonds.
Yeah. He has saved my life on the road before.
I learn their ways, learn who they are, learn who the heretics in the town are, as opposed to just the non-believers. And I put them to the Father's word.
Well, then name them now.
My sin that I say I have committed tonight is using a blindfold to stunt the gift that the Father has given me.
That's all very well, though I dare say that your deception has served us well.
That it has. Listen, if the darkness has their agents, then we have ours. We must. Hear this and hear this well. There is no doubt about the fact that this witch is at the center of whatever is plaguing these people, this town, and this land. It's even gone so far as to influence Lady Blackwell and her family. If these apparitions are the hand of the Father, punishing those who turn against him, and those who listen to the whispers of the devil and this witch, then, hear this, we must take care of this witch like a witch. There is a man I've heard of in a town over. Brother Andrew, you are skilled in your ways and your talents. But dealing with non-believers and heretics is one thing, witches are another. They use their evil, they use their talents, their dark magic, rituals to protect themselves. And they are deadly. And if not approached and dealt with correctly, trying to take the killing blow yourself can be fatal. You made mention that this red character, he tried to strangle her or tried to kill her himself, and then he blacked out and has no recollection of it. Do you believe this to be true?
He blacked out and then attacked her. I have...
It has no recollection.
I have no reason to doubt him.
And yet she is alive.
An intended attack meant to fail from her to make herself look better.
Or it did not happen as they say it happened. Either way, she is dangerous. So Simple Blade will not do. There's a man in the town over, as I mentioned before. I've heard he's dealt with witches in the past. Receives much scrutiny from his fellow man for doing so, but is a self-proclaimed witch hunter. I should like the two of you, overnight, travel to the town over and find this man. bring him here under the guise of another acolyte, someone to assist with the church. I have heard he is pious, yes. I hope it is true. But those we bring in cannot know what he is or why he is here until he can conduct his investigations and do his work, and you must do your best to help him.
Shall go
This is the only
forthwith.
way we can deal with this witch and save this town of God-fearing people.
Yes, yes.
From his evil. And they must not
Yes.
know about it as much as you want to. Not even Arvis. No one. For the devil has whispered in their ears, and there's no telling who is on her side. And who the devil's already gotten the grasp on.
Our mission is made clear. Though I fear it nonetheless.
The Father's
Do not
watching
fear
us.
Should we fail in our mission, and we do not make it there and back again, we will be with the Father himself.
We
There is
will
nothing to
succeed. The Father is on our side. He watches over us. We will find this witch hunter and deliver him unto Blackwell, so that Blackwell itself might be delivered. I swear it.
The Father wills it.
When do we
And
leave?
so it shall be done.
Blood for blood.
Decided then. You may take your leave whenever you see to it. The witch is out there. Bring light with you. Make sure you are armed and be ready for anything inside of those woods. I fear she may already be in on these plans. If she does have powers, it'd be working for her. So arm yourselves.
I am not, armed with anything other than kitchen knives, I'm afraid. I don't suppose you can see to me in that regard, Brother Andrew.
Bring the book with you too.
Unfortunately,
Remember,
I
this
only have
darkness
my
is
one.
due to the Father's ire and her wicked ways. If we have not seen these apparitions, if we have not been affected or harmed in such a way, it must be because the Father sees and he protects. Your faith will be just as much as a weapon as this blade at your side.
It will.
Wield it as such. My bones are too old for such a trip, otherwise I would try to make it myself. I will be here in town, I will pray overnight and
Stay safe, Father.
try to keep those who are here protected.
No doubt you have awoken her ire now.
I will say my farewells to the people that I need to, and then I will head out. You can leave whenever you wish. I will catch up to you.
As you say. Thank you. I think I might put that robe back on after all. Oh, Father, with this robe your child was blessed. I do so pray that your blessing holds, as my faith will surely do in you. Let's fucking witch hunt. My palms are so sweaty from nerves and hearing these stings and waiting for something to go off that I am struggling to fucking release things from my hands. What time is it? Fuck me. Witchcraft.
careful. And the Father protects us. We will not be there long. That said, I did actually get this for you.
Evening both, the blessing of the Father.
For me.
Evening. It is a rolled up piece of paper. If you unroll it, it's actually a pretty good drawing of the waterfall taken from up there.
Silence, devil birds of the night. What nonsense. Said he needed to bring a child into being. Is that what use he had for the working girl? That poor thing. Oh, great Father above. I pray this night, above all nights, for your guidance and protection. It saddens me so that an eve such as this, a time for celebration of your mercy, has been so cruelly marred by witchcraft. I pray for the soul of that girl. For that poor girl. For whom this was to be. The first eve. They wish to be with you, Father. They wish to pray, to change. There are many who are hard done by in this world. A strong man like him starts making demands. She would have been unable to resist. Oh, Father, I ask that you look kindly upon the girl, and that wherever she is, she's safe and in your loving arms. I swear we will not let this stand. There will be blood. For blood. I swear it. Be blood for blood. I swear it. I swear it. What of you, child of darkness? Be you a deliverer? Or agent of evil? Sure. You have nothing to fear, Stephen. When you called out to it in the dark, you banished it. Stephen chased after. It's uneven. Pray tell.
What was the last time I just been able to sit down and enjoy a night?
Aye. Savor it. Do you know where I might find a torch? I have a pressing need.
You can take my candle if you need.
Fortunately, well, I thank you for your kindness. It will not do me well.
I've been meaning to have a torch in and of itself for a while now.
Understand? Well, I will see if I can find one elsewhere. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the night. To steal one. With no lantern, and I have no weapon other than the word. Must find a light.
Go make
Rest
sure
up.
Claire's okay.
Make sure they're okay. We'll talk in the morning.
Pardon me, Brother Stephen.
Apologies, I was hoping to have your ear for a moment, Jerome. I have need to borrow something from you, though I hate to ask of it twice in one day. Your lantern.
Oh, thought you were going to ask me for more of my blood.
No, I'm sorry. I will see it returned to you as soon as. Thank you most
Will
kindly.
you have it back by this evening or the morning?
By the morning, I should hope. Thank you.
Very good.
Most kindly.
Don't lose it. That's
I will not.
expensive.
No, I'm well aware. Thank you. This is most kind indeed. I will see it. I will see you repaid.
Anything to help the church.
Thank you, Jerome. Blood for blood. There will be blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
These rifles on people's backs. Take someone's neck out.
Right.
Or a chicken's neck.
Aye, that as well. I don't think I'm quite as scrawny as I may once have been described.
Edward's holding a dead chicken.
Didn't turn around. Ah! You snuck. I'm not used to you sneaking up on me. It's the bath.
I know, right? It makes me invisible. Invincible? I forget which one. I'm camouflaged.
There used to be pagans who said you could see the future in chicken's blood.
Perhaps I'll see some more.
To me, they always look like a future chicken dinner. Maybe a softer pillow.
That's fair. More than fair, really. Well, things have to get worse before they get better, Stephen.
Aye, that they do. That they do. Slip away before anyone notices. Trying hard not to think I look like an amnesia character right now. I should swap hands. Father, I thank you for this moon on this beautiful night of your eve. Oh, I pray Brother Andrew follows me close. Oh. Think about it, Stephen. Think about how scared that girl was. You could put an end to that. All you have to do is hold that book tight. And you'll answer now. Feel safer when I'm away from that politics. To have served the faith all your life, only to be frightened so. Well, doesn't bear thinking about. Did they say? Oh, trees are scaring me now. Long legs, what's it? A cloud. Child. Or a tall man. You have the good word with you, Stephen. There's no need to fear. There's no need to fear. Think of the blood. Ton said he'd like to. So, the Father did come to his people and said, Lo, see the blood upon the altar. See the pain in my heart. Feel this communion in which we all share. Know that from suffering we can bring salvation. From toil we can with our own hands bring light. In this sacrifice, I have torn open the heavens, and so too must you bring a path. Blaze a path with your own toil and sacrifice. Blessed are those that offer. Blessed are those that offer. Be blood. Our blood. Our people bleed as my son bleeds. Together.